preserving life, liberty, and pursuing happiness, caring for the nation we call home and its people. As patriots, it's our duty to drive the entrepreneurial spirit, pushing hard, reaching for success, sharing patriotism, because the American way of life is for all to live. The flag shirt, where freedom reigns.
Welcome, everybody. This has taken us 3 months to produce. We have 50 speakers, one from every state. We don't want to forget about Tina Peters today. Also, October 8th, Raj and I will be hosting our election security call. Also, one important thing today that I want to bring up, the RNC has asked me to let everybody know they need poll watchers and poll workers in New Jersey and Virginia for the races that are coming up very soon. So if you want to sign up, go to protectthevote.com. The other thing I want to tell everybody, we want input. We see a lot of stuff coming in. Email me at stern1054@gmail.com if you have any questions. If you want to have anybody who's on the show today, their number and their phone, let us know. So it's stern1054@gmail.com. We have a lot of people today. We're going to have a lot of stuff, but I want to introduce one of my good friends here, Joe the Box, who came from all the way from New York just to be here for a couple of minutes. That's how important it is. He has the America First warehouse, one of the biggest patriots ever to be. We're going to give him a couple of minutes to introduce himself before we introduce our famous Dan Schultz.
God bless you all. Thank you very much for allowing me to participate in this very important opportunity for us to get the word out. The America First warehouse was built in 2016 after fentanyl had taken my brother's son's life. And Donald Trump said he was going to stop the fentanyl from coming through the border and close the border. Mission accomplished. We had opened up the event center to bring the truth. I wanted to be the voice in the wilderness, to be able to share truth, God and family, exactly what Charlie Kirk was doing it. We were doing it ourselves locally. We understand that the committee process is so important. And we also understand that the American people are not very familiar with it or how it works. They assume that their vote might be just enough for them. But what we're trying to do with the America First warehouse is exactly what Steve Stern is doing here all around the country. We are looking for patriots to participate as committee men, to go through the process so our people can decide the right people that we want in there, not the powerhouses in power now to decide for us. That's what the America First warehouse is all about. I'm going to team up with the American Flag Shirt Company. We want to promote that out of our warehouse. We want to help other Americans, period. American citizens only. That's where my attitude is.
We're grateful for you to come down and have you. Of course, everybody knows I'm the vice chair of Broward County Republican Party. It took us a long time to get a lot of people to come on. And I want to let you know that every chair in the United States from every state has been contacted 20 times about today's thing. So hopefully they're on there. Today, we have the most people streaming this all over the country and maybe the world. Raj, say a few words, and then we'll get our famous guy on, Dan Schultz, who is the founder of Precinct Strategy.
Great. Joe and Steve, thank you for that. And friends, thank you for tuning in. Please share this episode with people in your life, your signal groups, your Telegram groups. The recording will be available at sternamerican.com, sternamerican.com. Just go to sternamerican.com, click the Rumble, click the live, and share this recording. Why are we doing this call? As you know, my friends, President Trump has got the midterms coming up. Traditionally, after the midterms, the sitting president seems to lose some power. After the midterms, everything's going to be about who's taking over from Trump. The attention is going to shift to whoever's going to take over from Trump. So we've got a very short window here, my friends, to establish what's needed at the local level for election integrity. You got an executive order coming from President on election integrity. That executive order has got to outlast his presidency, and the window for us to do that is right now. So thanks for being on this call. Thank you in advance for sharing this with people in your community. And back to you, Steve, to introduce our first speaker.
About 4 years ago, I was watching Steve Bannon, and out pops Dan Schultz, and I called Dan up. Dan got me on Steve Bannon show, and from then on, he and I have worked together for 4 years. Dan's been working probably about 16 years on this. So Dan, he is the founder of Precinct Strategy, the greatest guy that I know, a West Point graduate, top guy, worked round the clock on getting people involved, gave up his life pretty much to get people involved. When you work 14 hours a day, like many of the people who are going to be on this show today, they all deserve the credit. I just bring them together. Of course, I work 15 hours a day, but the important thing is we need to bring more people into this. So Dan, come on down, give us what you got to say on Precinct Strategy.
Thanks, Steve. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, I'm going to try to share my screen. I wanted to do a dry run ahead of time, but that didn't happen. So I'm going to go through the motions here to share my screen. So let's see if we can make that happen. Of course, I have a backup if it doesn't work. So there we go. Share screen. Share. Can you see that?
Not yet? Yeah, now we can.
Yeah,
Now we
go.
can.
Okay, great. So first slide, I'm going to go through about 14 quick slides. Unfortunately, now because of Zoom, I can't see everything that's on the screen there. But I asked Grok on Sunday morning this question. I've been asking Grok. You know, Grok is the artificial intelligence engine of X.com. And I asked it, based on your earlier research into the precinct committeeman strategy and the other questions I had asked you in the past, and based on the book that I wrote about the precinct committeeman strategy, and based on my weekday precinct strategy podcasts that are archived on rumble.com, and then I gave the link to the rumble.com, which you can get at precinctstrategy.com. Please answer the question that Dan Schultz asks his audiences at the end of his weekday podcast, and I ask it every day. Assuming a better political strategy than the precinct committeeman strategy exists for we the people to save the republic, what is that strategy? I ask people, send me your strategy. On the other hand, if no better political strategy exists, please state that instead. And Grok said, no better political strategy exists for we the people to save the republic than the precinct committeeman strategy. There you go. So let's see if I can advance my screen now. There we go. Okay. So here's a graphic I created. The reason we're losing is the average turnout in a Republican primary is 20%. And why is that? We don't have enough precinct committeemen helping to get out the vote for the best Republican candidates to get rid of all of these rhinos. So on the top there is the 20%ers. They pay attention to politics. That's you and me and everybody else on this call. We're going to vote in the primary. 80% of Republicans don't. That's the problem. Well, how do you fix it? You fill up all the vacant precinct committeeman slots. So this is Lindsey Graham's last two primary elections. These were open primaries in South Carolina. In 2020, the turnout of all voters was 13.1% in the primary. Where were all the Republicans? Half of the voters are probably Republicans. The total turnout was for Lindsey Graham's primary was 13.1%. Well, why is that? Well, I know that over half of the precinct committeeman slots in South Carolina are vacant. That's why. And in 2014, before that, it was even worse, 11.3%. Now let's go to Texas. John Cornyn. Last primary of his was 2020. Again, an open primary. The total turnout was, let me look at my notes here. Yeah, 12.5%. And if you assume that half of the voters that in Texas were Republicans, the turnout of all Republicans was 18.2%. If you assume just a third of them were Republicans, that was a 27.2% turnout of Republicans. 75% or more of Republicans in Texas didn't vote in that primary. And what did they get? John Cornyn again. Tom Tillis was going to run. He didn't. Again, open primary in North Carolina. No, I take it back. Closed primary in North Carolina. Well, they're above average. In 2014, 24.5% of Republicans turned out. Yay, 25%. 75% didn't. In 2020, 37% turned out. Okay, 63%, that's almost 2/3, didn't. That's the problem. And again, in Texas and in North Carolina, over half of the precinct committeeman slots are vacant. So I came up with this statement, which I wanted to use today to drive the point home. We, the people, can restore our republic if we accomplish the first necessary step, the necessary first step. And Grok agrees with me. We got to reclaim President Trump's chosen political party, the Republican Party. It's just an organization. It's just a vehicle. There's nothing special about it. It's a network of people via the Trump-endorsed precinct committeeman strategy. And here it is, February 27, 2022, Steve Stern, Liz Harrington, Mike Lindell, Steve Bannon helped us get this precinct strategy in front of Donald Trump. Lots of people were telling me, said they really knew what was going on. He knows about how the party works and all that. This statement says he just found out that over half of the precinct committeeman slots in the Republican Party, his chosen vehicle, were vacant. So he endorsed the precinct committeeman strategy. So graphically, this is what our party still looks like. A quarter of the PC slots are moderates. A quarter of them are conservatives. Half are vacant. If we fill up all these vacancies, now that 50-50 split where everybody's fighting and we have a weak half-strength party goes to a full-strength 75% majority party. So you got to know your numbers. I want to ask everybody on this call, do you know your numbers? Hopefully the speakers will tell us their numbers in their states. What's the total number of PC slots in your state? And what's the total filled? What about in your local committee? Do you know how many slots you have and how many are filled? What about in your voting precinct? In your state, what percentage of the voters are Republican, independents, Democrats? How many people voted in your last primary who were Republican? Do you know? And in your precinct and in your district and in your county and in your state. I got all these numbers easily at ballotpedia.org from my county elections department. I can do it for any state. Those slides I showed you about South Carolina, North Carolina, Texas, I got those off the internet easily. You got to know your numbers. Oops, wrong way. Sorry. This is what it's got to look like where you live every month from here on out. We have to have a line out the door of new people wanting to become precinct committeemen. How's that going to happen? You have to become a recruiting machine. That's how it's going to happen, or not. We've got to swallow up the Republican Party with numbers. We've got to outnumber the people in the party who aren't really Republicans. I'm not nice about it, okay? They're rhinos. They're Republicans in name only. We're in a political war. We have to outnumber them. Those people on the call in Florida, you know what's going on in Florida and in Texas, in every state. The establishment doesn't want us. If they did, they would put precinctstrategy.com on the GOP.com website. Why don't they? They don't want us in the party. Well, don't get mad, get even. But this is the problem, missing in action, we the people. So this is the mantra. Trump supporting conservatives need to get organized and united in the best way, place, and time possible. Remember, Grok agrees with me. For real political action, to win the primary elections for the best conservative candidates, and to elect the best conservative Republicans to the officer positions of the Republican Party at the local, state, and national committee levels. And that way, place, and time is at their respective local Republican committee monthly meetings. We hit two birds with one stone when we become precinct committeemen. First, we're in the best position to get out the vote. Second, we take over the party. Now it becomes our party, not theirs. It becomes the conservative party, the Trump party. We Trumplify. So my overall three-step strategy for saving the Republic is real simple. Step one is pray. I recommend 2 Chronicles 7:14. So please pray it with me. Pray it with me right now. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. That's God talking to King Solomon about the Israelites. And I believe enough of us prayed like that in the lead up to the 2024 election to save the republic. But step 2 is the action part. We got to recruit precinct committeemen. And then step 3 is real simple. Repeat. Pray, recruit, repeat. And that is my last slide. I'm done. Thanks for having me. Now, let's go out and save the republic, because one of two things is going to happen in 2026. We're either going to get rid of all the rhinos that are backstabbing Trump. They smile and they're so happy, and they're on the RNC and they're in the Senate and the House and down in the state legislatures. And, oh, yes, Donald Trump, we love you. We love you. And then they vote against him. And then after the 2026 election, if the uniparty continues, it's curtains for this country, in my opinion. I hope that's your opinion. If it is, what are we going to do about it? So I'm all done.
Dan,
Thanks.
how do people get in touch with you? How do they get your book? And tell them about pill.net.
Well, precinctstrategy.com is the place to go, and that's where everything is. The first button is a sign up to get onto the pill.net communications and collaboration platform, which now has conference calling capabilities. We could be doing this call on pill.net instead of on Zoom, because it's private and it's secure. And Microsoft owns Zoom now. They know what we're talking about, but they wouldn't if we were using the pill.net site. It's awesome. Okay. And what was the other thing that you asked me about?
You want to put your email up there if anybody wants to reach out to you?
You don't have to memorize that. Go to precinctstrategy.com, click on contact, and my email address is there, dan@precinctstrategy.com, dan@precinctstrategy.com. And I'll try to help anybody who contacts me. But what I really want you to do is take the bull by the horns. Are we still Americans or not? I'm not so sure that collectively we're Americans anymore. We still have over half of these precinct committeeman slots vacant. So that's why I'm on here today. That's why all of our other people are on here today. Thanks, Steve, for taking the laboring order and putting this all together. God bless you. Live for a long time. We need you. All right. Thanks.
Thanks very much, everybody. And thank you, Dan.
You bet.
I'm going to go for about 2, 3, 4 hours with one person in every state. You won't hear from me or anybody else until the end. Please contact your local people that are on here when they come on. They've spent a lot of time working on this. I know some of the people have worked 12 hours. So go ahead, start her up.
Stand by.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Stewart, and I live in North Alabama in the Huntsville area. And I am here to discuss a little bit about how to get involved in the Alabama executive committees. They are called executive committees in the state versus precinct committees. I have been involved in the past and then do track what's going on. So a little bit about Alabama. They have a state executive committee known as Alabama GOP. We call it ALGOP. And then every county has its own executive committee, and they have nicknames. For instance, I live in Limestone County in the north side, so it would be the Limestone County Republican Executive Committee. And so we desperately need in Alabama to get more grassroots conservatives. We really need to get younger people too, specifically parents. I am a conservative mom. My husband and I have lived in numerous states, grew up military, and we really have a vacuum where parents are not speaking into the party and actively involving. And so I'm just going to share a little bit about some ways to get involved. If you go to Alabama GOP website, just Google search Alabama GOP, you will be able to search and find your county. And there you'll be able to find the chairman for the county executive committee where you live. And I would just suggest reaching out to that person and attending a meeting. They normally meet once a month. but you can definitely reach out to the chairman, get yourself to the next meeting. From there, a little bit about Alabama GOP. I would say, as far as getting involved, everyone asks, is it elected or do you have to get appointed? And the answer is sort of both. They run on a 4-year election cycle that we are actually about to enter into. So in the gubernatorial primary election years, which would be 2026 here in Alabama, these executive committees, both at the state level and the county level, they go on the ballot. And so you will need to reach out to your local county chairman. Again, go to the Alabama GOP website to find that person and get an election candidacy form from that person. These election candidacy forms need to be turned in during the state qualifying period, which is generally about January 5th through January 28th. And every county is a little bit different, but in January, you will want to actually fill out this form, get it to the chairman, and request for your name to go on the ballot, because statewide, all of these executive committees need to be running these precinct seats on the ballot. So that's the main thing to do. If for some reason you do this and you don't get on, go to the meetings, because what happens is if somebody gets sick or they drop out or they resign, they can do in the interim and during the 4 years in between these elections, the committee can vote you on. So those are the two main ways, but I'm really going to encourage people to get on via the ballot. The size of each executive committee varies. For instance, the committee in my county is 60 people, and that's in the bylaws. The committee in a neighboring county is 80 people, and it's not necessarily coordinated with the population of the district. Lastly, the state executive committee for Alabama GOP, please, please, please log in to Alabama GOP website again in January. There is a $50 fee, and you will see the open seats to run for in your county. And you can put your name again on the ballot for the primary this gubernatorial election season to run for Alabama GOP at the state level. So I hope you do these things. Check out the website, contact your chairman, and get on the ballot this spring in 2026, starting in January. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Murray Walsh. I am a member of the Alaska Republican Party. There are 40 House districts in Alaska, and 37 of them have active Republican committees. I am the chair of the committee for District 4, which is one half of Juneau, the capital city. The party is run by the Central Committee that consists of about 70 people that meet 4 times a year, and we have a convention every 2 or 4 years, depending on what's happening. Generally speaking, Alaska is a Republican state, although there's a fair amount of dissension when some of our Republican House and Senate members collude a little bit too much, in the opinion of some, with their Democrat colleagues who are better at deal making than we seem to be. What's good about it now is Alaska is a generally Republican state, and we have sent Republicans now to the United States Senate and House. We're particularly pleased with how Nick Begich, a relatively young Alaskan, is doing in making things better. Just dreadful. So it was that when Donald Trump became president the first time, our delegation worked with him to get a lot of these federal doings undone, rearranged. But this was all under presidential authority, and so when Biden came in, he undid almost everything that Trump had done for Alaska. And now Trump is redoing these things. So it's important that presidents lock in their desires in legislation so that a subsequent president can't undo it. I'd like to think Trump's time will lead to, he calls it a golden age of Republican rule in Washington, D.C. that will live past Trump's final term. So that's kind of the short version of how Alaska relates to Washington, D.C. and why it matters who is president for us.
Hi, I'm Greg Dutton, Chair of Legislative District 12 in Maricopa County, Arizona. At the moment, I'm in sunny Oregon, if you can believe that, but I'll be home in Arizona in just a couple weeks. In 2021, after seeing the disastrous maladministration of our 2020 election, I was an inch away from leaving the Republican Party when I found out about the Precinct strategy from Dan Schultz's interview on Steve Bannon's show. I became a PC to have a fighting chance to bring election reform for our county and state. As a lifelong Republican, I never knew about this important step, which takes you from donor class to having a voice and a vote within the party. Since that time, I helped raise funds for our district. I was elected second vice chair and then chair. I'm in my second term as chair of LD 12. I have personally recruited many PCs, one of whom became the elected chair of the Maricopa County Republican Committee. Together, we have gone on to have real impact in Maricopa County and Arizona. LD 12 is currently at 69% filled to our quota of PCs. That is significantly higher than most, if not all, districts in Maricopa County. We continue to recruit PCs as one of our highest priorities to prepare for the 2026 election. Our district has an amazing cooperative team spirit, but we can always use more help. The more PCs we have, the more we can share the workload. So if you're thinking of how you could become more involved in shaping America, even if your precinct is full, we need volunteers. A volunteer can become a PC as soon as there's a vacancy. Volunteers and PCs alike can help recruit candidates to run for office, can help with electioneering and literature drops, phone banking, door knocking, and other campaign activities. Even if those activities don't excite you, there are many other ways to be involved, including data entry and analysis, graphics design, web design, social media, and more. You can also attend any of our training courses, including constitutional studies and election hand count training, to prepare for the inevitability that machines will be banned from our elections. Earlier this year in LD 12, we held a Precinct Captains Summit and developed our strategic plan for 2026. In addition to PC recruitment, our top priorities are registering voters to increase our base, recruiting and training candidates to run for office to put up strong opposition, and get out the vote efforts. Working with third-party organizations such as Teenage Republicans and Turning Point Action as force multipliers is an important element of our strategic plan. We will work together for the common goal to win seats in our legislative district and our congressional district. The 2026 election presents a unique opportunity. The Democrat Party has been pushed back on their heels and are arguably being crushed under the weight of their own corruption. In addition, we have never seen the top-down pressure from the federal government against illegal immigration, against massive money laundering, and for election reform, like we're seeing now under the new Trump administration. We need to win seats in the House and Senate, both in Congress and in the state legislature, to ensure that we give President Trump all the support that he needs to continue the America First and Make America Great Again agenda. For more information, go to precinctstrategy.com. And if you're in Maricopa County, go to maricopagop.org and click on Get Involved and explore the options. Last, I want to say a special word for Charlie Kirk and his family. We were all devastated by the news. Our prayers are with Erica Kirk and her and Charlie's children, and with our extended Turning Point family. God bless you all. We are looking forward to working with Turning Point through the 2026 election and all of our PCs. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Donnie Scroggins from the state of Arkansas. First, I'd like to thank Steve for his time today and for my chance to present the Arkansas situation as far as precinct committee men is concerned. In Arkansas, the Republican Party has a committee in each of our 75 counties. I am a member of the Poinsett County Committee here in Arkansas. In Arkansas, we do have a specified formula that determines the at-large members and the precinct committee members of each county's makeup. These numbers differ from county to county due to the mathematical formula in each county. In Poinsett here, we have 88 at-large members and 40 precinct committee men for each precinct in the county. Now in Poinsett County, we have 25 at-large members signed up officially for our committee out of the 88 that were allotted. That's the at-large. We have no precinct committee men. So out of 40, we have none. I've been with this committee since the 90s, and I've been a state committee man, an RNC delegate, and an election system analyst. We have open primaries here in Arkansas where 90% of all the registered 1.7 million voters in Arkansas, that's active and inactive, are listed as optional. That leaves the 10% split between Republicans and Democrats, which Republicans make up 2/3 of that 10%. The establishment here in Arkansas fights us tooth and nail to keep these primaries open. We've tried to, through the state committee meetings, to get them closed, but the RPA just simply looked the other way and said, we're not going to follow your rules, which that's appalling also. Arkansas does need a concerted effort to bring precinct committee men into the picture here. We are, as my shirt is, a solid red state, they tell us. But as you can see from the comments previously made, we have a MAGA versus the establishment here in Arkansas, and it's an ongoing battle. We have the establishment purging MAGA members from our committees here. That's for a reason. They want to dilute us out, whereas we're wanting to use the precinct committee men to dilute them out. So we have a battle. Sadly, I think this is a battle that's going on in the surrounding states, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, and it's an ongoing battle. And there again, Steve, we do need a concerted effort to have precinct committee men filled out in all these committees. There again, I thank you for your time. This is Donnie from Arkansas.
Hi, my name is Urson Russell, and I'm out here in California, this crazy state that seems to lead the nation in nonsensical governance. I'm part of an organization called Patriot Force California, and we've been working on election integrity for about 3.5, 4 years. A lot of organizations have been working much longer. Election Integrity Project of California and others in the state, trying to just bring awareness and education and make sure that there is accountability and transparency in our election systems here in California. One of the things we have, which our biggest issue and maybe shared in other states, is really the central control of our election systems, the voter registration lists and the machines and the mechanisms. And we hear so much about our elections from the news media, social media, conversations with friends and others. And really come understanding what is actually our election system, what's the good, the bad, the unfortunate, ugly side of our elections, and whether there is fraud or isn't fraud, whether every vote gets counted properly, whether we have voter registration lists that are representative of the actual populace. takes a tremendous amount of work, not only for the state, but also for us as our citizens and patriots of California here. So for the past few years, I've traveled up and down the state and worked with multiple registers of voters. And what we have here is a need for more and more people to get a basic even education and understanding of our election systems. What is an active voter? What's an inactive voter? How do voters move in and out of the voter rolls? What are some of the ways that we can be involved in our local community? And one of those great ways that we can be involved in our local community is through what's called the precinct strategy. Now, the precinct strategy in California works a little differently than it does in other states, where the Republican Party, the Democrat Party in other states is more run by directly precinct captains or people in local communities. But in California, the parties of the Democrat Party and Republican Party are more run by a central committee strategy. I don't have time to get into the nuances of the differences, but one of the opportunities we have, if you understand what a precinct is, we have our state, a county within the state, a city within the county, and then we've got local neighborhood areas that they define for establishing the number of voters, establishing voting districts and things and so forth. And typically these precincts are a relatively small amount of people, somewhere in the several hundred to as small as a couple of dozen and up there into the maybe close to 1,000 people. So as a precinct captain, really the responsibility is to go out and know your community, be someone that's familiar to others, knock on doors, have little social barbecues, gatherings, do relationship canvassing to really identify what are the values and the ways in which you can connect with the people in your neighborhood, who's actually registered to vote and who isn't and why not. And so it allows ways to really connect a local community around values, to get out messaging. When we have, say, like in California, we have a special election coming up about this whole redistricting battle, and the language in it is not clear, and the way that it's presented has a lot of political language. But going out and being a precinct captain and quickly over a couple of weekends knocking on doors and connecting with those influential neighbors is a very impactful way to make sure that voters have the greatest amount of information to make a good and well-informed decision, because the stuff that comes from our county or the state or political parties doesn't always have the exact language that we're looking for. So California is a big beast out here. One thing we learned is that this is not a destination. This is a journey. Evil never stops fighting, and we can't either. And so I'm met some amazing people in this community, and we're all committed to helping save our state and hopefully also help save this country. So thank you so much for giving me some time to share today. If you have any questions, please email me at Russell, RUSSELL, at patriotforceca.org. Thank you all. God bless and have a great day.
My name is Nancy Palazzi, and I am the liaison for the state Republican Party here in Colorado for all the counties. So I'm the liaison for the 64 counties that we have in the state of Colorado. As you all probably know, Colorado has become a blue state. Back in my days, I'm a native here in Colorado, and this was a very red state, a very conservative state. This precinct strategy, we've been trying to work on it here in Colorado, but unfortunately we have a lot of obstacles going on here in this state. The number one biggest obstacle is that the Republicans are fighting against each other. In Colorado, 3,195 precincts. We have 64 counties, and our current situation with the precinct chairs that we have in the state is we have about half of those 3,000 some positions that are covered. We have to have these positions filled so that we can get to the grassroots. We can be canvassing the neighborhoods and doing things to that nature. Most of the voter registrations is along what we call the I-25 corridor. That is where the majority of the voters are, and that's where we really need to get all of our precincts filled. We can have 2 people per precinct. That's according to state statute, and we need to get that filled. I have been doing an extensive training program with all of the precinct chairs. Last month, I trained over 500 people on how to be a precinct chair, what to do here in the state. And so far, we're trying to get people engaged in this. So I think that is kind of Colorado in a nutshell. I want to give you my information. My email address is nancypcostate@gmail.com. And my phone number, and I'm okay with you calling me when you want to talk. I'm a talker on the phone. Phone number is 720-353-3171, 720-353-3171. And don't hesitate to email me, call me. I'd like to hear about the other states. Like I said, this is the first time that I'm up on this precinct strategy group. And I'd love to share some ideas. If you could share some ideas that might help our states, I would appreciate that, especially those that are in California, and Oregon, and Washington, and New York, those that are strong blue states as well. And again, I'll spell my name for you. It's Nancy Palazzi, not Pelosi. So it's Nancy Palazzi, Pallozzi, 2 L's and 2 Z's. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being part of this group. I look forward to being part of it in the future. And well, take care, be safe out there, and let's get some Republicans elected into these positions. Thank you so much.
Hey there, everybody. My name is Austin Montero. I am from Connecticut. Brookfield, Connecticut is where I reside. I have run for state rep office. I've run for many local municipal offices, and looking here to build out a precinct strategy throughout Connecticut, bring on precinct captains and chairmen all across the state, which is going to be so important, especially as we move forward as a state here in Connecticut and try to grow our brand, to try to grow our base, to try to reach more voters. This is going to be so key, especially here with the youth movement that we saw last year in the 2024 election, and moving forward to what we have here coming up next year in the midterms and in throughout the future, and on and on and on. It's up to us to carry this torch. Had a tragic event yesterday obviously happen, and we need to move forward here in the right way, with new leaders stepping up to the plate here and doing what they can to make change in the right way, right? We need new leaders here in these seats that are vacant. I do believe that there is a leadership vacuum in Connecticut, in the GOP here, in a number of RTCs, and we want to fill that, right? We want to teach people how to run for office. We want to find and recruit great candidates. We want to be able to fundraise at the highest level possible. We want to bring in new voters that have never voted before. A lot of those in the urban centers of Connecticut, like Danbury, like Waterbury, like Stamford, like Norwalk, like Hartford, like New Haven, etc. We have that urban conservative, and we have that rural conservative, both of whom are in Connecticut, and both of whom we need to do a better job of reaching out to and building our community and coalition behind. And that's what a precinct captain and committee chairman is all about, right? This is not an easy job, not an easy task. Is something that you have to do from a place of purpose, passion, something that is bigger than yourself, which this all is, right? We want our country to be great and amazing, the best country on earth. I personally want Connecticut to be the best state in the country. We have a lot of work to do there. As we know, politics is downstream of culture. So having these new faces in there who are energized, who are knowledgeable, who are willing to stand up, put themselves out there, no matter the risk, and help spread the message that we need to spread, which is one of obviously freedom, free speech, law and order, making Connecticut and the country at large more affordable for people my age and younger to be able to reclaim that American dream, which has been, for lack of better words, stripped from us, and something that I think is driving all of us to be more sovereign individuals and to achieve that American dream, provide for our families, build that solid foundation. Again, just to have a positive impact here on our community, on our state, and greater on the world and on the country in a greater, bigger scheme of everything. So that's what we're up to. That's my mission. That's our mission. We want to move the field. It's our time, right? We've been sitting on the sidelines for too long. it's our time to step up here to the plate, start taking some swings in a good way, start moving the ball down the field, start having more conversations with people who we disagree with, which is a good thing, and moving forward together as one, because I believe our strength is in our unity, and that sometimes comes from having those hard conversations. And the only way we get forward is to stand up and have those hard conversations and lead the way. That's what we're going to do. I hope you can join us in this mission, and let's make Connecticut great again. Cool. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I'm Jim Weldon. I'm the vice chair of the Delaware Republican Party.
And I'm Gene Toronto. I'm the chair of the Delaware Republican Party.
So we're here to talk about precinct strategy. Now, I've been involved in this for a number of years, and got hooked up with Dan Schultz a number of years ago. I actually was like a point of contact when anybody went to the website and was trying to say they wanted to get involved in Delaware. Dan would say, I got a guy, and I'm the guy. And then he would email me, and then I would take that person and then contact the local or region that they live in and get them hooked up. So the situation in Delaware is we're a very, very blue state. The Democrats have had total control of the state government with all elected statewide offices, total control of the Senate, and total control of the House since 2009. They have a supermajority in the Senate. They're one vote away from a supermajority in the House, which means that they can basically do whatever they want, change the Constitution, and there's nothing Republicans can do about it. Even with their great majorities, what they can do is that they can pass all legislation, and I don't need any Republican votes. However, the tide is turning. Trump has been doing a fantastic job, and then we've had some very significant issues here in Delaware with a reassessment that was botched by the Democrats, and then our school system is atrocious, and then companies are fleeing Delaware, which really started off of a lawsuit that was involving Elon, and the Chancery Court ruled against him, and just a horrible reading. So our precincts, which we don't call them precincts, they're election districts. We have representative districts, and we have 5 regions within the state. Our election districts are slowly starting to fill up. We have 341 would be the total number of official committee people we can have as far as delegates at the state convention. They can have larger if they want, but as far as voting purposes, 341. We probably have about 90% of them filled. We have 41 representative districts, so we have 41 representative district chair people, and we have currently 5 vacancies there. And then some of the region or some of the election districts don't have, or representative districts don't have vice chairs. So probably about 15 vice chairs. So far better than what it used to be. You had asked a question about the 2022 congressional primary. We didn't have a 2022 congressional primary, but we did have a 24 congressional primary. And unfortunately, only about 10% of Republicans voted in the primary. Now, in the past election, we did not do well, but we had 75% voter turnout. And a lot of that was really based upon Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk, God bless his soul, the app that he allowed us to use, which was very significant. But now it's the messaging component. So our effort is we are enhancing our messaging capability. We're having a lot of money people who realize that it's time to get involved or getting involved. We've come up with a nice plan as to how we're going to do this. We're working on our Victory 40,000 plan, which basically is we're looking to switch 40,000 registered voters who are not Republican but lean Republican. We're working on getting them registered as Republicans, and if we do that, we can win statewide. Certainly, we can win House and Senate seats. So it's really the messaging component of getting people out there. We're enhancing our communication within the state itself amongst the representative district chairs to share information, and really trying to build up those precincts, election districts, as we call them here in Delaware, because that's how you win that grassroots organization. Gene?
Yeah, and so as Jim said, we're working on the effort for communication within the party, which has not always been as effective. I was on a regional call meeting with 4 different regions from downstate, and that was one of the issues that came up. So we're going to create a communication template for all the regions to use in order to get to the election district vacancies, and also to give them instructions on how to help the party. To Jim's earlier point, yes, we have a plan, and I presented it to a large group of high net worth donors that had been away from the party for some time. And I think 2 things: voter registration in Delaware is weak, especially in Newcastle County, and they recognize that. And they also recognize this issue with Charlie Kirk and how the Democratic Party has really kind of created an environment for us to really be successful. So they're willing to provide funding for a full-time staff member to do voter registration along with some other subordinate members, which we've never had before because we haven't had the money. So we're really excited about the fact that we're submitting them a final proposal this week, and then we're going to follow back up with them to see how and what they will fund. They were very interested, especially in funding the voter registration coordinator, which will be a full-time person and will be paid for by the party.
So that's our status.
Hey, fellow patriots, my name is Chris Marino, and I am the chairman of the Broward County, Florida Republican Party. And what we're going to talk about today is how you can actually use your time and your talents to best help spread Republican causes and Republican values in the area in which you live, regardless of where you live in the United States. So this is going to help you tremendously. I hope you follow me. So we are talking today about something called precinct strategy. Give you a little bit of a background on this. The way the Republican Party works is there's the national, the RNC, and there is a state party for whichever state that you live in, which governs all the Republican parties within the state. And then you have local parties. Typically speaking, local parties are your county. So there'll be one Republican Party that governs the whole county. You may have Republican clubs here and there, or clubs that claim that they are Republican in value. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about an actual sanctioned arm of the party, the local party. This is where we want you to get involved. There is no fee. So we want you to seek out your local Republican Party, not a Republican club. There's a difference. Those are usually chartered by the party. You seek out your local GOP or Republican Party, and you apply to become a member on a local level, not state level. When you become a member, you now enter the Republican Party and become a building block, a foundational building block of the party. You now have a voice in the Republican Party, and that voice will be heard through votes, because we have meetings. Typically they are monthly, but they could be a little wider than that, bi-monthly or whatnot. And when you go to these meetings, votes are asked for by the chairman who runs these parties. And these votes that are taken are typically about, do you approve of this? Do you approve of that? Should we change this? Should we change that? So now your voice, transferred into a vote inside the Republican Party, guides the Republican Party. So where is a good place to put your time and talent? At minimum, you have to start with precinct strategy, or becoming an actual Republican Party member. Now, you're saying to yourself, I already am, because you're a registered voter. That is not true. That just says that's your voting preference. What we mean is filling out an application and joining your local Republican Party, to be perfectly clear. So by doing that, now, what does the local Republican Party do other than having your vote, which gives you a voice in the Republican Party itself? There are many skills that we need, because everything is voluntary. And what you can do is offer whatever skills or talents you have to the party, because we have no employees. Everything is voluntary across the country. And you can apply yourself. Do you like election integrity issues? Do you like to support candidates? Do you like to do fundraisers? Do you like to do events? Maybe you're skilled with a computer. Maybe you're skilled in social media. You can offer these talents to your local Republican Party and then help them to flourish. They are often starved of people that are willing to offer some time and some talent. So you can apply everything through that, versus sitting behind our computers at home and chatting on social media, which really does absolutely nothing to help the Republican Party. We need you actually to support us in again, fundraisers, and election integrity, and poll watching, and all these things that the Republican Party does that we desperately seek volunteers for. Why are we talking? What is the word precinct strategy, and what does it mean? Well, when you sign on, you get a title. The title is Precinct Committee Man or Precinct Committee Woman. That is a Republican Party member's title at the lowest level. And that means that you are the representative to all the voters within your voting precinct at home, which is usually a small area, which you can further take those skills, and the local party will give you a list of all your Republican neighbors, and you can meet them and make sure that they're informed and know how to get their voter guides. They know when election day is. That's really your core mission. And obviously, meeting your neighbors, you already know them. They know you. Maybe you walk your dog, maybe you walk through the neighborhood. You will know your neighbors. That person-to-person contact gives us the strongest and best representation on a local level. So you're applying yourself locally in your neighborhood voluntarily. Do it when you want, as often as you want. And then you can also donate some of those time and talents to the party for the bigger cause inside the party. So all this is totally voluntary. All of it is completely free. I encourage you to look up your local Republican Party, or otherwise known as Republican Executive Committee. If you see this, reach out to them, ask for an application, join them, and help us to build a Republican Party. Typically, we are very short people everywhere across the country. We're always, always, always in need of new, fresh volunteers with fresh ideas. So I hope that has helped, and thank you all very much for having me on your show today.
So we interrupt the speakers here for a quick update on Florida. First, I want to thank all the folks from the Defend Florida call who we canceled our 7 p.m. call that we normally have on Tuesdays. And I hope you're getting a lot of value from what's going on across the country at this nationwide call that we're having today. So, in addition to what you just heard from the awesome Chris Marino, here in Florida, we need your help, especially as Trump rolls out his executive order to tighten up election integrity reform, as he speaks about the disadvantages of vote by mail, and he speaks about the things that he'd like to do to tighten up the election process. The signals we're getting in Florida from the officials are that they have very little interest in working on Trump's election integrity agenda, with few exceptions. There's very little interest. So we especially need you, my friends, in Florida to meet with your legislators. We need you to join your precincts. We need you to execute on the ideas that were taking place here, because if you had done those in the past and have been discouraged with the outcomes, it's a whole new paradigm now. It's a brand new paradigm with what Trump is doing and bringing accountability in a large way. And so now's our opportunity to make a difference, but it's going to require your participation to really persuade the officials in Florida to play ball with President Trump, especially on election integrity reform. So back to our special guest. We're going to now go to Georgia. We're going to go to Georgia. Stand by for Georgia.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Andres, and I'm the chair of the Fulton County Republican Party, and that is in the state of Georgia. And I know many of you have heard about Fulton County through the election issues that you saw on the news in 2020. In Georgia, particularly in Fulton County, many grassroots individuals have stood up to participate in the election process. They, as was I, horrified at what they saw on the news and what transpired during the 2020 election. As that process has moved forward, the precinct strategy, as we call it, has really evolved in Fulton County. Fulton County is the largest county in the state of Georgia, and it is the size of a small state. Our county is also broken out basically into three segments. We have North Fulton, we have the city of Atlanta, and then we have South Fulton. North Fulton is where most of the work of the Republicans has been handled and where the stronghold strength is. For individuals to participate in the precinct strategy, number one, they have to align with the Republican Party. The leadership needs to be members of the Fulton County Republican Party, and they need to be registered voters. After that, it just comes down to what you're willing to what time and energy, your time, talent, and treasure, you're willing to dedicate to drive and engage the voters in your area. And the precinct level is the best place to do it because you know your friends and neighbors in your community, and you're directly related. It's just like voting in local elections. You're at the grassroots local level to engage with your friends and neighbors. And so we have socials, door knocking. Right now, we're in the process of being in a special election for a Senate district. And even though you may not live in that Senate district, you're being asked to participate in postcard writing, in phone banking, in door knocking, and just engaging, flag waving, anything that you can do to help facilitate and engage people, because we're in a runoff. Runoffs are a great example of what why it's so important to have a precinct strategy, because you have defined people who are willing to stand up and fight. Last night we had a postcard writing party, and the number of people that came out from precincts and other counties was really refreshing, because we're connecting. So what is key is getting involved, getting to know your friends and neighbors, and participating and sharing your time, talent, and treasure with other Republicans to ensure that we do not lose our rights and freedoms in this nation. I'm excited that this video is being made and that we're sharing what we do throughout the nation in the state of Florida, in Broward County in particular. If anyone ever has questions or wants to talk to me, I would encourage you to reach out to me. My email address is on the FultonGAGOP.org website. And good luck to you. We're all in this together, and let me know how I can help. Thank you.
Aloha. My name is Andy, and I'm here from Hawaii. I wanted to give everybody an update on things that have been happening in Hawaii, and things that we need help with, things that have been going well in the state, and all those kinds of things. So basically here, I think on this, we want to focus on the precinct strategy. I think one thing that I want to get off right from the top is that the precinct chairs are obviously important, but particularly in Hawaii, it's actually the district chairs that are the most important. The precinct chairs, though, do still have an important role, but in terms of determining the ongoing operations of the party, it's really the district chairs that have the most authority to decide the ongoing operations of the party, day to day, month to month, and that kind of a thing, because they're members of our state committee. So how our state is actually structured is you have the precinct committee, chairpersons, you have the district chairs, then you have the county chairs, and then you have the state chair. And so in Hawaii, we have 5 counties. We have Honolulu County, that's the most populous county. Then we have Hawaii County, Maui County, and Kauai County. And so going back to talking about the precinct chairs, the things that the precinct chairs are actually really important for here in Hawaii is actually determining the delegates for the state convention each year. And so that ultimately determines the executive committee of our party. So that's like electing the state chair, the secretary, the treasurer, the various different vice chairs and stuff like that. So that is extremely important. It's the precinct chair's responsibility to be able to organize their precinct, and they have a specific number of delegates that are allocated to them that will be voting members at the state and county conventions to elect the leadership. And so the way that happens is that the precincts, what we have here in Hawaii is we have a total of 247 precincts throughout 51 districts. And basically what that means in terms of delegates is that depending on how many people in the past election voted for the Republican candidate, that's how many delegates each precinct gets allocated for in our party. And so it gets divided up that way. One thing that I would mention is that in Hawaii, we have a total of 1,032 delegates for the 2025 convention that just recently happened in May this year. And unfortunately, we only had 335 delegates that actually signed up. And so we definitely need to still, improve that. We really only have about 1/3 of the delegate slots that are filled up. And so that's the most important thing in Hawaii, is that we got to get people activated. We got to get them showing up and active in choosing the leadership of our party. And so what actually happened, though, in 2025 here, and how those precinct chairs get elected, as well as the district chairs, is that every 2 years, there's a precinct and district election meeting. Those happen in the first 2 weeks of February. So February 1st through February 14th, every 2 years. And so that's the critical time for people to be involved in Hawaii in order to be elected as a precinct chair and as a district chair. And that's also when the delegates get elected as well, too. Now, the only way to actually be guaranteed to be a delegate is if you are elected as a delegate at these meetings. You can be appointed as a delegate, but there's no guarantee that you will actually be appointed. Now, what we did is we had a big effort. We called it the Hawaii Patriot Republicans, to get good people in these offices to outnumber the rhinos and to get things going here in Hawaii. And we actually had a huge success. Before these precinct election meetings that happened in 2025, the makeup of the Hawaii Republican Party was actually 51, I'm getting my numbers wrong here. It was 31% Patriots and 55% Rhinos. What we did is that we actually flipped quite a few of those seats. And so what we did was we flipped, I'm looking for my numbers here. Where are those? Gosh, 8 of those districts to Patriots. We also took 7 of the unorganized districts and we organized those, and we got 4 Patriot district chairs in there. So what we had before, like I said, we had 31% and 55% in terms of Patriots versus Rhinos. Now we have 51% Patriots and 43% Rhinos in terms of the district chairs. And so, like I said, those are the people that actually determine the ongoing operations of the party. But we've still got a lot of work to do here in Hawaii. We need to make sure that we organize more of these districts. We got 3 more to organize right now that are unorganized, but we're in good shape. Unfortunately, because of the delegate situation, we were not able to elect good Patriot leadership to the leadership at the executive committee level during this past 2025 state convention. However, we did make extremely good progress. Like I said, we flipped the majority of district chairs to the Patriot side. And so that's a good start. And we're hoping that in 2027, when the next state convention comes up, we can get more people involved in the precincts, more people involved in the districts, get more delegates, more Patriot delegates, and we can really start making things happen in Hawaii, and we can get more Hawaii Republicans elected. Aloha. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, I'm Kathy Thompson from Idaho, where I'm a PC in Twin Falls County. In Idaho, the problem isn't unfilled PC seats. It's seats that are filled by rhinos, Republican in name only. These rhinos tend to fill the seats and then do nothing but get in the way. Let me take you back to explain this. In 2022, 2 of our largest counties actually managed to elect a number of Liberty Precinct committeemen, and they were able to vote in a very conservative chair to our Idaho GOP. Her name was Dorothy Moon. At the time, I was busy trying to get our county commissioners to understand the vulnerabilities of voting machines and to get our clerk to do a double check recount of the votes via hand count. And I found no success there. I was getting very frustrated. In 2023, I went to the Moment of Truth Election Integrity Summit by Mike Lindell, and there I met Dan Schultz, and I had an epiphany. Precinct strategy was a path to success, as election integrity for me in my county was really a dead end. I knew I could dig my teeth into precinct strategy and make a difference in my county, which is what I wanted to do. I joined a Liberty group, Magic Valley Liberty Alliance, and we began working to not only elect conservative legislators, but also Liberty precinct committeemen who would unseat these rhinos in my central committee, which was 75% rhino precinct committeemen. They wouldn't work to defeat ranked choice voting in our state. They wouldn't put any effort into getting rid of a grocery tax, which is so Republican, right? Trying to get rid of excess taxes. So those were just some of the things that we had as they worked against us to accomplish anything. So in 2024, May came around, it was time for elections, and unbeknownst to us, while we were busy fielding 35 candidates, Liberty candidates in my county, we have 44 precinct seats. We found 35 people willing to run as a Liberty candidate. Then the day of candidacy declaration comes up, and we realized that the rhinos have also been busy working not only in our county, but across the state to field rhino PCs in order to unseat Dorothy Moon, our Idaho GOP chair. They had tens of thousands of dollars to spend on yard signs, brochures, mailers, advertising. They promised their people that they would send them to the summer convention where they would unseat Chair Moon free. They didn't have to pay for it. So all these benefits were theirs. And here we are struggling to try to put in a little money into our campaigns. Easily, I spent $1,000 and some more, but some just didn't have that money. The goal that we had in our hands, though, was a voter guide that we came up with. And this voter guide explained how our legislators were voting. It not only told who to vote for, but it explained how these people were voting. We had the key bills listed down the side, the description of the bill, and then how they voted. And for the first time, the people could see, wow, my representatives, my senators, they vote like Democrats. And they voted out 3 of them. And we put in 3 fantastic Liberty legislators, young men that have turned the state house upside down. And we intend to send more, not only from our county, but neighboring counties, as people across the state said, wow, Twin Falls, how did you do this? And our secret is the voter guide, but it has to get legs. It has to get into the precincts. And that was done by our precinct committeemen candidates. They carried this voter guide into the precincts, gave that information to the voters, didn't tell them how to vote. They just said, consider this. And not only did that help themselves get voted, but it also helped our legislators get voted. So we had great success with our legislators, but because of these well-funded Rhino PC candidates, we did not end up gaining any, and we're still 25% minority on our central committee in Twin Falls County. But we're stronger, we're more vocal, we're more involved. And now that we're going to come back in 2025 with another slate of Liberty candidates and another better voter guide, I think we're going to be better poised to work on that Rhino majority and chop it down. You see, Idaho is a red state. In Idaho, if you're a Republican, you have an R by your name, then people are going to vote for you. And that was why this voter guide was so key in showing people that, giving them the information, this is how they vote. Because it's difficult in Idaho to get into the history of the voting and all the bills that go through, hundreds of bills in a session, and to pull out the key bills and put that information together. It's hard for Joe Blow to get in there and do that. So we did the work for them, and we feel that that is a winning strategy. So what would we do different? I think that I would send out our PC candidates with our legislators that are doing the walk and knocks and give them on-the-job training on how to do that. That was probably the biggest sticking point, is people were just reticent to do those cold calls and get out there and start talking to their neighbors. Actually, if you just start talking to your neighbors, you'll realize how wonderful they are. And 99% of them are so glad that someone's running and they think like you think. There's more conservatives out there than you can imagine. And you meet your neighbors and you're motivated to go. But so next time we'll be better prepared. I'm better prepared because I'm a PC now. I understand what it takes to get there, how hard you have to work, what it's like to be on the central committee, understand Robert's Rules of Order better, and all those things. So the main thing is just to get out, walk and knock, walk those neighborhoods. If you walk, you win. And I just think it's a wonderful opportunity to enter politics on a very grassroots level and encourage anyone to listen to Dan Schultz's weekly podcast. You can find them on X, Tuesday at noon, and then Friday in the evening. That's what really motivated me, precinct strategy, to get us motivated to make a change in our government. Thank you so much.
Friends, my name is Annie Parchert, and I'm the chairman and founder of the Illinois Freedom Alliance, and I also serve as the Rock Island County GOP chairman. I hold that position today because of the implementation of the precinct strategy, what we call Operation Precinct Power. But what we've discovered is this: it takes more than just numbers to rebuild the party. Yes, we must recruit and elect precinct committeemen, but simply filling seats is not enough. The old guard doesn't just step aside, and the fight to restore our party goes fur and deep. That's why I want to share our story, what we've faced here in Rock Island, and how Operation Precinct Power is equipping grassroots leaders across Illinois to stand strong. For 4 years, Illinois Freedom Alliance built one of the most effective grassroots operations in our state. We recruited precinct committeemen, raised funds, opened a headquarters, and gave people a voice. We won fair and square. We voted out the old guard, and the grassroots took leadership. And then it happened. The establishment couldn't beat us at the ballot box, so they tried something else, a good old-fashioned coup. They held fake meetings. They marched into our bank, emptied our account, raided our headquarters, took our store merchandise and financial records, and hijacked our social media. This wasn't politics. This was dirty politics. And here's the warning: if it happened in Rock Island, it can happen anywhere unless you're prepared. Being prepared starts with filling your precinct committeeman slots. In Illinois, a PC must be a registered Republican voter in their precinct. Across most of the state, PCs are elected in the Republican primary every 2 years or appointed by the county chairman if there's a vacancy. Inside Cook County and the city of Chicago, the structure is different. Township and ward committee persons are elected every 4 years, and then they appoint deputy committeemen and precinct captains. Statewide, we're finding that half of the PC seats are vacant at any given time, but it varies because appointments can be made after elections. We have built a database to track all elected PCs as well as appointments made between election cycles, and so we are gaining a clearer picture of what's going on and where the gaps are. But here's the critical point: this is more than just numbers. Just winning PC seats isn't the end of the battle. The old guard doesn't just walk away. In many places, they fight back and they fight dirty. That's what happened in Rock Island, and it's happening across the nation. That's why our strategy must go deeper than filling the vacancies. To withstand these attacks, grassroots leaders need more than just a title. They need tools. That is why we believe it is important for every county chair to have a parliamentarian. And It's why Operation Precinct Power is launching a full training series on parliamentary rules, specifically how they apply to PCs and chairmen. We want every new PC to start with the knowledge they need to stand their ground. And we want to help longtime PCs who have been silenced simply because they don't know the rules of order. This training isn't just a theory, it's a shield and a sword. It ensures meetings are run fairly, and it empowers grassroots to actually govern, not sit quietly while decisions are made over their heads. Rock Island taught us a hard lesson. Beyond filling PC seats and training leaders, we must protect what we build. Secure your passwords, protect your buildings, keep attorneys on standby, have clear bylaws and records, train your leaders, document everything. The grassroots are under attack, and this isn't just local, it's a national strategy. They know if we succeed, we rebuild state parties across America from the ground up. That's why we must be prepared with the tools in hand before the fight comes. Operation Precinct Power is bigger than Rock Island. This is about county by county, state by states. The grassroots are taking back control. If you've been targeted, reach out. We're building a network to track this and stand together. If you want to learn more about our ongoing battle in Rock Island, what happened, how it happened, and what we've done to fight back, you'll find the full story in the next issue of our magazine, Grassroots Quarterly. The fall 2025 issue is titled Reckoning. Inside, we're going to share the details of our fight here in Rock Island. We haven't backed down. We're still fighting. Contact us at IllinoisFreedomAlliance.us or call me at 309-377-1776. The fight is real. The fight is now, and when the grassroots fight back, equipped, trained, and unified, we don't just defend our counties, we take back our country. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Joseph Bortka. I'm from Indiana, and we've got a lot of interesting things going on here with regards to our precinct committee. So in Indiana, precinct committeemen are chosen in the primary every 4 election years, or every 4 years, every presidential election year. So we just had our precinct committee elections. There are about 5,000 or so precincts in Indiana, and we definitely got a bigger turnout this year. We had a very active push to get the grassroots elected as PCs, in addition to the stuff Dan Schultz is pushing out of Arizona to the whole country. We have in Marion County, where I live, we had a lot of empty PC spots, which of course the county chairs get to appoint after that. So we weren't able to get our guy in for county chair, but it's a learning experience for everybody. We have open primaries in Indiana, which, by the way, I've been doing some research on the case law on that. And if a state party wanted to change to an open or a closed primary, I think it would be completely constitutionally permissible, even if the statutes say otherwise, because there's already been cases where that has been an issue. And the Supreme Court has basically ruled that political parties have a right to fence their membership. So if you are involved in a state party and your state has open primaries, but you want them to be closed, you definitely talk to your party leadership and tell them to look into the case law of that, because state political party apparatus has the authority to dictate how they want to select their members. So we've definitely had a higher turnout in people running for PC and convention delegate, which in Indiana, we do that separately. So I know some states, their precinct committeemen are also their convention delegates. In Indiana, we have a separate election for convention delegates. We have at the conventions every 2 years, and they're a separate line on the ballot from precinct committeemen. So in other news, in Indiana, something you guys might want to watch nationally is we recently filed a lawsuit against the state Republican Party because they've been hamstringing our convention. They haven't been allowing delegates to introduce business and generally not following the rules of parliamentary procedure, and therefore they have been violating the associational rights of the Indiana Republican Party. And so the reason why I think that's important to watch is because there's a lot of people suspect that it's going to just get thrown out, but I believe we've found a way to get issues like this in front of the courts, and those may be able to help you in your respective states if you have issues with corrupt state political party apparatuses. So we're hoping that we can set some precedent here that that the party organization has to follow its own rules. Imagine that. So I mean, yeah, keep up the good fight, and good luck to everybody out there.
Hi, I'm Teresa Horton Baumgartner. I am from Iowa, from the state of and the chair of the Johnson County Republicans. One of the things I'd like to share is that the Republican Party in Iowa is growing, and that's a really good, it's a positive thing. But one of the things that we've noticed, we've had some special elections, is that we really need to excite the base. We need to get people out voting. And if we're going to win in 2024, which I think is possible, I'm sorry, in 2026, we won in 2024. We're going to win in 2026. We need to excite that base. We need to get them going, and we need to get them out to vote. How do you get involved? At least in Iowa, you go to the caucus, and at the caucus, you get voted in. Iowa is unique in that we do caucuses. They're pretty cool. They're really fun. It is a group of your neighbors getting together and talking and voting people from your neighborhood to be involved in the party and in the political process. Your voice is heard. It's really grassroots. It's really cool. And if you happen to be nearby during the caucuses, you can simply attend. You can't participate if you're not an Iowa, a registered voter in Iowa, but you can, observe them. Very interesting process, very unique process. The other way you get involved, let's say it's not caucus time. Like right now, caucus isn't until February 2nd in Iowa. So how do you get involved? Find your local party. You can find it online, usually on Facebook, wherever. Find your local party. Give them a call, email, text, whatever, and ask to be involved. In our county, there's bylaws, and you attend a meeting, and there's a couple of things, we vet you and to go through some processes, but it's pretty easy if you truly are sincere and want to be involved, because we want to make sure that you're sincere, that you're, just kind of playing, but there's a lot of ways to be involved. So contact your local party, because they definitely want to hear from you. There's never too many hands. We can always use more hands on deck. So contact them to get involved is very easy, and you'll find it very rewarding, and you might make some of your best friends doing this and help our nation at the same time. So and your local area, because there's national politics, but there's also local politics right down to your city and your neighborhood. So you can make your world better by getting involved. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Roger Lomchek. I'm the treasurer of the Kansas Republican Party, and started out a little less than 4 years ago as a precinct committee man in Crawford County in my hometown of Pittsburgh, Kansas, where I had to learn about the system in order to get involved. Once I realized how the Republican Party was structured, I decided to get involved after COVID because of everything that was going on then that I was supposed to, and looked at my county party structure. It was pretty non-existent. A lot of folks had retired, moved away, and so out of our 112 precinct positions between the men and women, there were 56 precincts, a man and woman in each, so 112 positions. There were maybe 8 active members in the party. So I got together a group of people who had helped me fight COVID and figured out where everybody lived, got them to run for empty seats, and we essentially became the Republican Party. About 45 of us got involved. We have since grown to around 70. We've lost a few, we've gained a few, which is kind of the natural evolution of this kind of thing, because not everybody's life circumstance is going to stay the same all the time. You're going to get some change like that. As it stands right now, we're running a little bit under 70 occupied seats of the 112 potential. But what we have done is focused very much on active engagement. We have regular meetings where we don't just have a meeting to have a meeting, but we're actually discussing upcoming plans, next election. Sometimes it's just event planning. Sometimes it is actually working out who's going to cover events, what parade you're going to be at, where our float is going to be, who's going to staff the booth at the next community event or festival in the park, that kind of thing, where we register voters, all those sorts of things. And of course, as we get closer to elections, make sure we have signs for our candidates and the promotional material for them at our booths, and everything. We do everything we can to push that. We also have a very aggressive social media campaign, which has helped to steer voters towards us and towards our candidates. As time has gone by in our county, we've gained roughly, 2,000, 2,500 registered Republicans, while the Democrats have lost about 3,000. In what was previously a Democrat-controlled county, we now have over 10,500 registered Republicans, and the Democrats just dropped under 7,000. We've, in the 3.5 years we've been involved, no Democrat candidate has won a contested election. We still had a few where Democrats run uncontested because we're still building up the framework to have people in every possible seat. But we're getting close there. We've won a number of elections in school boards and city commissions, as well as the other elected positions like county commissioner, sheriff, et cetera. And I'll show you some more stuff on that in a minute. In Kansas, in order to be a precinct committee member, you simply have to be a registered qualified voter in the state and be registered to the Republican Party. Other than that, you can simply put your name on the ballot. The precinct committee members are elected every even year. So 2022, 2024, 2026 is our next one. And in between those, if there's a vacancy, the county chairman can appoint someone to fill that role until the next election. And that's pretty commonly done too. If you want to get involved, find out who your county chairman is and simply ask them to appoint you. They may want to talk to you a little bit, make sure that you actually align with the Republican Party platform, because we have had occasionally somebody try to infiltrate and change parties simply to run for an office. And so we're a little bit careful about that we make sure we're not just bringing somebody in who simply become a Republican out of convenience, rather than that is their core belief. With that, sorry, I'm rolling through here. In Kansas, the precinct system is based on population. So anywhere from 500 to 1,000 people will be in each precinct. It's not based on voters, it's based on population density. Some precincts, of course, cover a lot of area. Some are just a couple of city blocks, depending on how densely populated that area is. The precinct system in Kansas is very decentralized and is simply kept track of at the county clerk level. The county clerks can redraw precinct boundaries as population changes. In the more rural areas, that's not something that happens very often, but sometimes in the metro areas, you'll get that. And so we end up with some moving precincts once in a while in the busier metro areas where you see a lot of population shifts. But like in my county, I don't think we've had anything in my lifetime that's changed hardly at all. The precincts are pretty stable. In my county, we have 39,000 residents, which gives us 56 precincts and 112 positions, because each precinct can be occupied by both a man and a woman to represent that precinct. The numbers for each county are available at the county clerk. That's where you can find out both what your precinct is, as well as what your whether it's occupied. And the county clerk should also be able to give you the name of the county Republican chairman's name and phone number if you're not able to locate that otherwise. The county clerk generally is a pretty good resource for that. Just be professional, be polite, ask them for the information. They've always been very helpful to us. And we have a good working relationship with our Democrat county clerk. Always trying to bring somebody over to the other side, but we have a good relationship, which is an important part of this. In our county, in the 2022 Republican congressional primary, we had 52.5% Republican voter turnout, which is pretty darn good, I think, for a primary. We pushed that hard, and we're going to continue pushing that again in 26 for our next one as well, trying to get as many people out as we can. In Kansas, the turnout of your primary elections in those even years also determines your county's number of delegates that you are allotted for the congressional district to move up into the congressional district level of the Republican Party, and then ultimately up to the state Republican Party Central Committee. And so it's important that you get as much turnout as you can so that your county has a good chance of being represented at those higher levels of the party. Something that I wanted to show you is a graphic that I put together to compare what's happened in the times since we took over. I don't want to make it sound like we're taking sole credit for this, because shifting demographics have helped a little bit, as have some other stuff. But in our sheriff's race, we saw a roughly 26% electoral flip. In 2023, the Republican candidate lost. He was a good candidate, very well qualified, but didn't really have much of a support network because the Republican Party in our county at the time was simply not very active. So he ended up losing. He got 45.3% of the vote. And in the next election, 2024, the candidate that we helped him campaign, did a lot of door knocking, sent out text messages to voters reminding them when the elections were, when the early voting locations were up, which included voter guides for all of our candidates. And with that, our candidate won by 57% compared to the 4 years ago, where the Republican candidate lost by 45%. So in actual numbers, that represented a 26% change in voter, how the voters swung. They shifted that far from Democrat to Republican, indicating that they don't always just vote on party line, but in a lot of cases, you need to convince them. And we did that with a lot of aggressive activism, which is a key part of what a healthy county party can do to advocate for causes and for their candidates. That's really the thing I guess I would close with, is to encourage you, if you do get involved, don't just be another seat warmer, but actually get really involved. Help out. Be the person who goes to booths, advocates for candidates, does some door knocking if you're physically capable, and helps on those matters, sharing social media posts, doing whatever you can to try to really get the word out to voters to turn them out, because people need to be reminded to vote. They need to be reminded to vote for who to vote for. And those are key things that precinct committee members can do wherever they are.
Howdy, my name is Greg Proctor. I am the chairman of the Boone County Republican Party in far northern Kentucky. In fact, we are right off the Ohio River, separating us between the land of liberty, Kentucky, and Ohio, specifically Cincinnati. So as we look at our strategy, our precinct strategy as a county, and how we become and became the strongest county Republican Party in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, it started in 2021 during the required every 4-year reorganization for every county party in the Commonwealth, including every district, and that would be congressional district and the state. But this time around, it took 500 liberty-loving people to manage our way to win almost every single precinct in the county and take it over from rhinos. And that's the reality. The rhinos, before we arrived, had an executive committee, which is 6, 7, 8 people that run everything and report to Frankfurt, which is our state capital. And so they're the voice of Frankfurt. And it is an uninvolved group of folks. But since the reorg, we have 63 precincts. And in each precinct, we have a precinct captain, a co-captain, and a youth captain. So we have 189 engaged political Christian constitutional conservatives in our county party. And within that, that allows us to be a strength for not just our county, but for everything that goes through it. Consider school boards, county commissioners, and city councils. So in 2022, what happened? We had 2 state legislators, actually 3 state legislators, that actually won their election and beat 3 chairman in Frankfurt. It was the biggest upset in recorded history in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, with liberty-loving state legislators. And today, even today, 3 years, 4 years later, it's still talked about. But since then, with a conservative, liberty-loving group, and again, a very active, engaged party. In fact, the largest active party in the entire Commonwealth, for more than, I think it's 120 counties. There are 111 active parties, active Republican Party committees, but only one has 100% participation. We have every committee person filled. And so our party is not just a leadership group, it is 189 that we're involved with, that we work with. And that happens with all of our local entities, our city councils, our school boards. We are very much engaged and involved with all of those entities. And the danger is most of those are nonpartisans, which are the biggest problem. And so that puts a lot of pressure and stress on our party to identify the nonpartisan as Republican and Democrat, because we have a 66% leaning on Republican in our county, but the nonpartisan elections are so important where we're engaged. But even within our party, we have a bunch of committees, and they are all focused on how to deliver the news and the activism that makes our party work. So anywhere from the election integrity committee to membership to fundraising, we are all focused on teaching and educating and engaging. So as an example of our local committee, we have a committee where they assign each person a city council, a school board, and then they report up to the overall committee, all 100 plus committeemen. And we then engage in activism. In fact, last evening, we had Rand Paul and Thomas Massey at an event here in Boone County, and they complimented and recognized the Boone County Republican Party for being an activist party, driving Christian constitutional conservative actions, views, and engagement. So that's a little bit about us, and we are always have more work to do, but the fact that we are standing on solid footing is helping us keep our rhinos out and keeping Christian constitutional conservatives in power, where they are listening to their constituents and creating and living the legislation that is needed for our group. So that's a little bit about Boone County and a little bit about the Commonwealth of Kentucky, which Kentucky is a red state today, but it wasn't 20 years ago. Many Democrats moved to Republican. So we always have to watch those, because a lot of times those are what we call today rhinos.
Hi, everybody. This is Christy Hike, and I am from Louisiana. I am the president of the Louisiana Republican Assembly. I'm also a committee woman on the Republican State Central Committee, as well as the Republican Parish Executive Committee. So not only do I have my own organization that is the grassroots conservative wing of the Republican Party, Louisiana Republican Assembly, but I'm also elected as an official in the GOP locally, the GOP of Louisiana. So I have been able to see firsthand how I really am elected to be part of the establishment, but I'm working on my own time to be part of the anti-establishment. And by that, I mean the true conservatives, true Republican Party, the way it used to look, but no longer does. So that being said, getting to the precinct strategy, in Louisiana, I've done some research, and there is no precinct strategy. There used to be at one time, but it's been done away with for reasons unbeknownst to me or anyone else that I know that is on the same page as I. And we don't have any method for recruiting precinct captains or organization. It's done by the RPEC, the local Republican Parish Executive Committees, if they choose to do so, or if there is a candidate running for office, they can have a precinct captain of their choice. So besides that, we do not have a strategy for precinct captains in Louisiana, which is really surprising to me, but on the same hand, not so surprising, unfortunately, learning as I am as I go. So that being said, what are we going to do? Well, in Louisiana, with Louisiana Republican Assemblies, there are 4 chapters across the state, and one of our points of work in our body of work is to recruit precinct captains. So that is what we will be working on. We're working on it now, and we will be working on it coming up in the future. The other thing, since I'm just reporting on no precinct captain strategy in Louisiana currently, I'm going to take the rest of my time, my few minutes remaining, to talk about how Louisiana is currently the only state in the United States in need of a new voting system, which is really interesting in that federal eyes are on Louisiana because our Secretary of State is dead set on the purchase of new voting machines. Contrary to Donald Trump's EO 13873, which states explicitly that anything that is critical infrastructure in any state cannot have foreign adversary made parts or components contained within, which, as we know, elections are critical infrastructure. And There is no voting machine vending company that currently has a machine that does not have all made in China parts. That's a fact. So that being said, our Secretary of State still wants the machines. We know what the president does not want and what he wants, yet our administration here is going forward with the very thing that he does not want. Just yesterday, we went and witnessed the dog and pony show of Dominion voting machines showing us their wares, and it was really not something that we wanted to see, but we showed up because it was the right thing to do. So unfortunately, I don't have a better report from Louisiana. I'm just asking for everyone who's watching this to please give Louisiana your prayers, because we definitely need them to defeat the tyranny in our state. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Hi there, my name is Ryan McMahon. I'm the chair of the Portland Republicans in Portland, Maine. And just here to give you an update on the state of Maine, which is, it's pretty dire in a lot of ways. But there are some bright spots that are emerging. To begin with, up in Congressional District 2, Paula Page is running against Jared Golden for a seat that Trump has won that district 3 times. And unfortunately, we've lost that seat due to ranked choice voting and maybe not strong enough candidates. But Paula Page, who is a former governor here and has a strong amount of very good support up in that district, he's actually ahead in some polls, and there's a good chance that he could take that seat back, which is very important for Trump and for the movement. Second, another bright spot here in Maine, there's a former state representative by the name of Heidi Sampson. She has an initiative called the Maine Education Initiative, and they are going around the state, working statewide with school boards and working to educate the school board members and basically catch them up to speed for all the rights that they have. And they have been working to basically to work with the Title IX initiative to basically keep men out of women's sports, and they've been having a lot of success. Very grassroots, and that's definitely a bright spot. Finally, Charlie Kirk, unfortunately, with his passing, it seems he's left us a gift, even up here in Maine, where I've never met so many young men coming out to get involved since I've been involved in politics. And that is definitely a sign of hope. And certainly even here in Cumberland County, that could flip some districts, or I'm sorry, some House seats and possibly some Senate seats. Thank you.
So this is the Maryland update. For those of you who are not aware, a precinct committee person is called a central committee person in Maryland. It is an elected position. They are elected during the gubernatorial elections every 4 years. So that is for us 2026. I'm going to suggest that if you're interested in getting involved, and we strongly recommend you do, just go to the Maryland State Board of Elections. You must file a certificate of candidacy. That certificate of candidacy, the deadline for that is February 24th by 9 p.m. Strongly recommend you do so. You cannot run without doing that. Currently, right now, we are about 80% occupancy in our central committees. It just depends on the county. We have a central committee per every single jurisdiction, so that makes 24 jurisdictions. If you want to learn more about that, go to info@mdgop.org. And if they don't respond, please go to info@securethevotemd.com. For voter turnout, we had about 17 to 21% of people that showed up for the primary. So please show up for the primary this year. Our primary is Tuesday, June 23rd. Maryland, let's see here. When we do appointments, they are rare in Maryland. Typically, when people are elected, they stay for the 4 years, but definitely reach out to your local jurisdiction and see if there are any current dates. That's a very strong recommendation on our part. So you got to file your candidacy, keep up to date on elections by going to the Maryland State Board of Elections, and please be an election judge at the bare minimum in the next election. Again, info@mdgop.org or info@securethevotemd.com is to find out any more information. Thanks so much, Marylanders.
My name is Chancellor Sue O'Sullivan from Massachusetts. I've been doing the precinct strategy since January of 2021. So far, we've added 66 brand new RTCs or RCCs here in Mass. We've added over 2,500 voting members of the Republican Party, which means those people can go to the convention and vote on the floor. We've got, let's see, 512 towns and cities in Mass. We have 283 total RTCs and RCCs. So since I've been working on it, we do have it up over at least half now. We're still working on it. We have up until December of this year to add as many as we can for the convention for April of next year, where the people running for the state office will be voted upon by the voting members of the RTCs and the RCCs. The biggest help that we need out here in Massachusetts right now is to get the word out that we need more people to build the RTCs. It was going great guns when Steve and Dan was on War Room. I would get between 10 and 20 emails every day, every time they appeared. Since then, it's dropped off. So it's been a good year and a half, 2 years since we've really had any activity. So we really need to bump up the numbers, especially before December. So if anybody wants to contact me, chainsawsue@protonmail.com. Like I said, I'm here in Massachusetts. We're going to turn the state red. So we need all the help we can get. Let's do this one for Charlie.
My name is Bernadette Smith, and I serve as co-chair of the Michigan Republican Party. I'm grateful for the chance to share with you how the precinct delegate strategy is moving forward here in Michigan. In Michigan, precinct delegates are elected every 2 years on the August primary ballot. The requirements are straightforward. You must be a registered voter, at least 18 years old, and live in the precinct you want to represent. All it takes is filing a simple affidavit of identity with your county clerk. If a slot is left open after the primary, county parties can also appoint someone to fill it. That means if you're willing to serve, there's almost always a pathway to step in and make a difference. Every precinct in Michigan is guaranteed at least one delegate, with more slots added based on Republican vote totals. The exact statewide numbers aren't collected in one central place. Each county clerk and GOP chair keeps those records. What I can tell you is that across Michigan, many counties are reporting progress, more people filing, more seats filled, and a stronger presence at the grassroots level. We're also working on improving communication so these numbers can be tracked more clearly statewide. Michigan runs an open primary. That means any registered voter can choose to vote on the Republican ballot. In 2022, Republican turnout in congressional primaries was modest, as is typical in midterms. Only about 1 in 5 eligible voters participated. That low turnout reminds us why precinct delegates are so important. When the overall numbers are small, it only takes a committed grassroots effort to shape the outcome. Since 2022, the numbers of precinct delegates in Michigan has gone up. The growth isn't the same everywhere. Some counties are still working to fill vacant slots, but the overall direction is positive. We've had more Republicans file and serve in 2024 than in 2022, and that tells me the message is getting out. People are learning that the precinct delegate role is the doorway into real influence inside the party. This is proof that the strategy is working here in Michigan. What's working well is awareness. More Republicans are hearing about this opportunity, and many are stepping forward for the first time. Where we still need work is in training and equipping. Too many of our neighbors still don't know what a precinct delegate is or how simple it is to get involved. If we can bridge that gap through education, outreach, and mentorship, we will fill every seat and the grassroots will be stronger than ever before. This strategy is giving every day. conservative, a real voice. It's not just about titles or position. It's about restoring accountability, protecting our values, and preparing Michigan to win. Thank you for allowing me to share Michigan's progress together. State by state, we're building a stronger Republican Party, one that listens to its people and stands firm on principle. I look forward to learning from your reports and working alongside you to advance this movement across the nation. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brett Bussman. I'm the Congressional District 7 Chair here in Minnesota. I was asked to answer questions and give a stat where Minnesota's at as it relates to our precinct strategy. Minnesota precinct chairs and committeemen are elected at our precinct caucuses every even number year. So they vary and they change every other year. They're reelected or elected. In Minnesota, there are 4,103 precincts, of which 1,329 precincts belong to CD7. So I'm the biggest precinct or the biggest congressional district in the state with the most representatives. The county I live in has 40 precincts, of which there are 28 precinct chairs, along with 35 other committeemen and 30 alternates. So we're doing pretty well here in my county. My county is 26,000 people, and we're about 76% we vote Republican. I would estimate across the state that we average about 60% of the committeeman slots filled, and that percentage increases every election cycle. So we're moving towards, hopefully everybody can be at 70 or 75% like where CD7 is. Voter turnout in 2022 was 60.4%, but in 2024 it rose back up to 76.4%. And the reason is, we've talked to a lot of people as to why, and their reason is for one thing, it was about 268,000 Republicans did not vote in 2022. It's because they felt disenfranchised because they felt there was a lot of voter fraud in the 2020 election. So my goal for CD7 that I've set is that each person currently active brings at least one new person or gets one person to return to the voting process. So that's really my precinct strategy as it goes for CD7. Because CD7 is roughly 72% Republican and has only one Senate and one House seat that is blue, and that's out of 11 Senate districts that I have, which would be 22 House districts. We'll be concentrating on flipping that seat and helping other districts to flip 4 House and 2 Senate seats in 2026 in order to have a Republican trifecta and hopefully change the course here in Minnesota.
Hello, this is Elena Campo. I am representing the great state of Mississippi, and I am just wanting to give an update on what has been going on as far as the precinct strategy and voter roll cleanup goes for Mississippi. So I'm an election commissioner, so I do have a firsthand view of it. And in the law, the only ones that can do anything about voter rolls is the election commissioners. So I had to go in and do it. So anyway, the precinct strategy, we tried to do that this last year as far as Mississippi goes. We tried to do it countywide and statewide. I did not have much luck in Pearl River County, but we did have luck in Lafayette County, where they did actually get a majority of America First candidates members to be a part of the executive committee there. So they're working on things there, and that strategy did help some as far as getting people who were interested in trying to fix the system from within, like we need to do. So that happened. And also we started doing things in the voter rolls that would be interesting to people who are like us, who are like-minded. My biggest challenge has been getting my fellow election commissioners to believe that there are problems. In fact, that's the biggest problem in Mississippi, is getting people to believe there are issues with our voter rolls and other things in Mississippi, because we're a deep red state. Not true. We're not a deep red state, and the voter rolls are a big reason why we're not a deep red state, and also the fact that we have open primaries, which really just screws things up as well. Anyway, one thing that the Secretary of State did that was actually smart was they partnered with Experian, the agency that does credit scoring, and tracked people, or found where people were registering to, or not registering, but applying for loans and apartments and things like that, things that would indicate where they live now. The Experian in Pearl River County alone, they found 5,000 change of addresses, which is basically what I was telling them based on people who hadn't voted here in over 5 years. So it kind of validated what I was telling my fellow commissioners, and now they're starting to help me do it. And it is statewide, so call your commissioners and ask them if they've done something with this information. Some of them have, some of them haven't. So it's a matter of public pressure. That's what gets things done, is when people start calling and asking for appointments and asking questions about it, they start doing things. Imagine that. We also have a Secretary of State's race coming up that in 2027. So it seems like a long ways away, but as you know, time flies. So the Secretary of State's race is coming up, and I met one of the candidates last night. His name was Shawaski Young. He's running as a Republican, but he was a former Democrat. So I'm not so sure about what he actually represents. He's going around to the Republican women's groups. So I actually went and saw him speak, and he sounded good, but they all sound good when they're running. Jeff Tate and Joel Clark are also running for Secretary of State. And you need to investigate all of them, because the way that we fix these voter rolls and fix our systems is to get good people in office. And Secretary of State is the one that deals with the election specifically. So if you have not done that, then please do. And like I said, call your election commissioners and get involved that way. It doesn't take a long time to ask questions. Call them and ask questions and see what they say. And you can tell them about knowing that the Experian agency helped with tracking down people that have moved, and you want to see some action there. So if you have any questions about that, you're welcome to call me or text me, 601-215-1314. I think that will do it for now. Thank you for listening and caring about elections. And we're working on it in Mississippi, but we got a long ways to go, just like we do everywhere else. So thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Don Carricker. I'm the chairman of Christian County Republican Central Committee. And a lot of people don't know what a central committee does, but just think of it as the lowest level of elected officials in your state. They are put on the ballot and they are elected by the public. For our Christian county, the county in Missouri, we're one of the fastest growing counties in Missouri. And we have a total of, looks like 70 total seats that are available to us for our committee men and women. We have 70 seats, which is 35 precincts, and you have a male and a female that come from each precinct. That's dictated by statute, Missouri statute. You have to have a male and a female. So 70 seats total. Right now we have 37 occupied that are members, and then we have 14 members that are actually what we call auxiliaries. Now we put auxiliaries in our bylaws, and think of those as helpers or apprentices. What they do is they join every meeting. They're allowed to be at every meeting, and they are also allowed to make comments on discussions, but they don't get to vote if their committee man or woman is there. However, if the committee man or woman cannot be there, they can fill in immediately. And this has been a fabulous training ground for our central committee members. And I don't know of a lot of central committees, even in Missouri, that are doing it, but it works very well for us because it keeps the people involved that are not elected committee men and women. It keeps these auxiliaries, which are voted in by the central committee, it keeps them involved, and they have a say as far as to be able to talk in the discussion, but they don't get to vote unless their committee man or woman is not there, but they know what's going on, so they can easily vote if they need to. We have 33 vacant spots. Now, how we fill those vacancies, it's really easy to do after the committee men or women are elected during the August primary in Missouri. They get elected in the August primary every 2 years. And once they get seated, then those committee members can nominate and elect other committee men and women from areas that are vacant. And that's where it really helps to fill these vacant seats, because it allows you to be a little bit more precise in who you choose to be able to get them on the committee. We have right now a very strong conservative base in our central committee in Christian County. For those of you who don't know where Christian County is, if you know the Ozarks, or if you know Nixa, where the movie Jason Bourne was supposed to be from, was Nixa, Missouri. That's Christian County, and we're just north of Branson. Very conservative area, and we're trying to keep it as conservative as possible. But Nixa and Ozark are the biggest cities in Christian County, and we have a lot of people that are heavily involved in our area. Even our main representatives live in Christian County. Eric Burleson, who is on the Doge committee, is from Christian County, and so is Josh Hawley. Senator Josh Hawley is from Christian County. So very good, strong base. We're lucky to have that, but we didn't have that 4 years ago. We had people that were not as conservative running the party, and we got together. We formed pretty much a list of who we thought we wanted to keep on the committee and who we wanted to have off the committee. And then we worked very diligently to get good, strong conservatives elected to our positions. One of the biggest things that you can do that people don't realize how easy it is. Let's say you have, I'm going to give you a story of what happened in our county. Let's say you have a county chairman who is somebody who is not doing a great job, or who is not as conservative. Maybe they're a little bit liberal on the Republican side. You don't have to have a majority of the people on the Central Committee fire him and get somebody else elected. All you need to do is remove him from his seat in his precinct, and he or she will no longer be the committee chairman. That's what happened in our county. We had a gentleman that had been doing a decent job. He just wasn't a hardcore conservative, and he was running the committee a little heavy-handedly against the conservatives. And so what we did is we had people file to run against him in the primary. And because people that go to vote really don't pay much attention to who their committee man or woman is, we did a hard push for them to vote for a different committee man in that precinct. He lost his election and therefore immediately lost his chairmanship. That's the easiest way you can get somebody off your committee from being a chairman, is take away their committee man or woman position by having them lose the election. And then they're immediately off the chairman position. Very easy to do. I highly recommend people do that in their counties if they need help removing a chairman. Don't act like you have to get the whole Central Committee, a majority of the Central Committee, to go against him. All you got to do is win his seat from him or her, and you'll take that position. That's one of the biggest things we did. A second thing we did in Christian County, which is popular, and we've been spreading this around to numerous states, is we are trying our best to vet Republican candidates. And what that means is, it doesn't mean we're picking the best one. That is not at all. That's a misnomer of what people think we're doing. We are not picking the best candidate. We're not saying, here is the candidate we are going to endorse in the primary. What we're saying is, we are looking at all candidates that want to run as Republicans, and we vet them through a number of processes, including whether they paid up on their taxes, property taxes and personal property taxes, whether they have a felony record, whether they are endorsing or supporting Democrats in their area. And what we do is we also give them a survey of their beliefs. And if any of those things cause them to fail the vetting process, then we do not choose them for running as a Republican. We tell them, we will not allow you to run as a Republican. We will not accept your filing fee. Now, there's a trick in Missouri. The laws are not as specific as they need to be for the counties. For the state, it's fine. The state says explicitly, if the state party does not accept a filing fee for a state officer, somebody who's running for the legislature or the Senate, then they cannot be accepted by the Secretary of State, and they will not be put on the ballot. In the counties, however, there's a flaw in the law, and it states that the county clerk can, quote, accept the filing fee to be given to the treasurer of the Central Committee. We're having some difficulty. We had a lawsuit last time. The timing was too short. We couldn't get it passed, so they threw it out on a technicality. We are going to be running it again this year, and make sure that come 2026, we will have it decided that the county clerk can no longer tell us who we must associate with as a Republican. That's it for now. I hope that this helps, and let's keep moving forward and make America and Missouri and your state great again. Take care.
My name is Lisa Bennett, and I am representing Montana for the Precinct Strategy today. And I have been involved in election integrity reform in the state. I will say that we consider that one of the major issues in Montana. We have 6 counties. In some counties, every single precinct spot is filled, and that is usually the result of conservative constitutional groups trying to take over a central committee, and the more moderate Republicans not wanting that to happen. They don't want to lose their power, so there is this race for filling every precinct spot to retain control of the central committee. I will say that the Montana GOP is just as divided, divisive as many others in other states. We have similar issues to what's happening in Florida, Arkansas, Missouri, Texas, where individual members that are in a precinct or are involved in the Republican Party are being censured. In Montana, I think we have a unique situation where the Montana GOP actually censured 9 senators, so these are state senators, and did not allow them to attend convention, claim they were no longer Republicans. Part of that problem is because Montana is an open primary state, and as such, there is no vetting. In a lot of our districts, although they're conservative districts, you have conservatives that aren't well educated. A lot of them don't even know what conservative means or how that's defined. They also don't know what the Republican Party stands for, and they're easily fooled by a smooth talking left of center Democrat or Republican that claims to be a conservative, and because they're charismatic or maybe had past military experience, the voters swoon over them and vote for them over a true constitutional conservative candidate. As a result, in some areas, Democrats run as Republicans because they can't win as a Democrat. But they're able to fool the voters into voting for them. And then you end up with the contention like what we had this last session, where 9 of our senators actually worked together with the Democrats to have a majority in the House to either kill or pass kill legislation from the conservatives, pass their own legislation. Now, to complicate matters further, these 9 claim loyalty to the governor, who is a proclaimed Republican. I do believe these 9 senators were doing the bidding of the governor's agenda, but then it begs the question, is the governor a Democrat running as a Republican, a moderate? We don't know, but a lot of conservatives in Montana are very upset with Governor Gianforte. They claim that he has not been doing what he should be doing. So with that being said, I would like to talk about what the conservatives can do at the precinct level, and what they can do is get activated. The problem is a lot of our conservatives that get involved tend to be older, and as a result of being older, they really can't get a lot done. They're not motivated to. They're not doing a good enough job of getting the younger generation involved, and sometimes there's power conflicts too, because the younger generation wants to do things differently, and as a result, they're not very receptive to the younger people being involved. I would also say that fundraising is one of the toughest aspects of this, because it does take money to run a campaign and get the word out. And a lot of our conservatives have never been involved in nonprofits or other groups to have the experience on how to fundraise. And so a lot of our conservative central committees, with the low populations that we have in Montana, we've got counties with less than 400 people in the entire county. We have issues with how do those counties, those central committees raise the money they need to. So with a plethora of reasons why things are difficult for conservatives, what I will say is that Montana probably does have the most conservatives and true conservatives in Republican central committees, but due to the lack of education, due to the lack of ability, some of them are too old, some of them are too busy running their businesses to truly engage, not to mention all the fronts that they need to engage on. And that includes the green energy wind turbines that are coming in, and counties wanting to stop, not stop clean energy, but stop the wind turbines because they're actually not clean energy. They pollute the land, they pollute the soil, they cause issues with crops being grown because of the PFASs, the sealings, the coatings on machines. All those are issues that have to be dealt with, along with school board issues, along with county commissioner issues, mayor issues, et cetera. And in Montana, I don't know this for a fact, but I would venture to say that we don't have a single Republican committee at the city level. We're pretty good on the county level with approximately 50 counties having central committees, but most of those central committees don't, like I'd say probably 20 of those don't even show up to convention because they can't afford to travel across this big state just to vote. And that's another issue too. Why do we charge a fee to our delegates to just show up during the voting session to vote for their county on who the leadership should be at the state level?
Hi, I'm Chris Vail. I'm the chairman of the 3rd District of Nebraska, and I've been asked to speak to you today about what we have going on in Nebraska in regards to precinct strategy and some of the actual things that we are doing here to perpetuate and move forward Dan Schultz's idea of how we get more people involved. After the 2020 election, I think more people came out of the woodwork than ever and said, how do I become somebody that makes a difference? How do I get involved in politics? And we didn't necessarily see people wanting to run for things, but people wanting to be in the background and say, what do I need to do? How do I get involved? How do we get new candidates? And at that point in 2020, we had a lot of empty counties in the state of Nebraska. The big counties had representation, but the smaller ones, we have 93 separate counties, some that have populations of 485 people. Of all of the 83 counties that are in the 3rd district, all but 3 have a central committee and have a county party. So we've worked really hard to get people going that haven't necessarily had any kind of involvement previously, but now we've set the function and format in place. Our state is divided through precincts all across the state with our central committee. And we have 51 different individual elected positions in the 3rd district for our state central committee. Every single one of those positions has been filled. That has been my goal, to make sure that we have a representation all across the state, because the 3rd district of the state goes all the way from Iowa to Wyoming, and we are the largest landmass district in the country, and we do have quite a lot of involvement. I oftentimes tell people when they say, how do you get so many people? I mean, the 3rd district in Nebraska is just so awesome. First, we're the 5th most conservative district in the country. And because of that, I often tell people it isn't because of the Republican Party. It isn't because of Donald Trump as much as I want to say it's because of the people who live here. They're very engaged. They're very knowledgeable. They have followed people like Steve Stern and Steve Bannon and Turning Point USA and Dan Schultz. They're very independently aware. We seek out alternative media, mainly because we don't have a mainstream media that covers all of the 3rd district. So as a matter of fact, I get my news out of Denver because I live closer to the Denver ADI than I do to Lincoln or Omaha. So we seek information at our own local level. We also have very, very strong county parties that what I found most amazing is the young people that are starting to turn up and wanting to get involved. The 30 to 40-year-old group that have children that are now saying this is not how we want our country to be run. And in some respects, I think we need to thank the Biden administration for causing such a 180 on what we have done in this country. Instead of tearing it down as they are doing, we're now seeing people want to build it back up. We're also seeing people really step up and want to run for elections in some places, school boards specifically. We have some great state school board candidates, and we have some challengers to our incumbents. Now, my position as a 3rd district chair, it doesn't matter if you're the incumbent or you're just a regular Republican wanting to run. We give you the tools to give you the opportunity to reach out to the people within your district. But I would like to say that the number one thing I have felt that has been most beneficial under the precinct strategy and understanding what we are trying to do is it isn't just the elite. It isn't just the grassroots. It isn't just the loudest or the quietest. It is every single person has a place at the table. And it's empowered a lot of people to say things that they never would have said before. So I encourage people to get involved by going first and foremost to your state party, your county party, just to go see what's going on. As a matter of fact, I encourage everyone, when you have a state convention, go there as a guest to see what goes on in your state party. I got involved in politics in 2020. I became a county chair in 2022. Also at that same time, I became an SCC member as a district chair rep. And now, only 5 years after being involved in politics, I'm the chair of over 800,000 people in the 3rd district of Nebraska. It's easy to get involved. We need smart people, we need good people, and we need average day Americans that can pick up the phone when we need to have phone banks called or Trump 47 or some kind of actual efforts put forward. We've seen the effect that we can have when we go out and someone asks us to start calling our elected officials. The precinct strategy and the structure within the state party through the precinct strategies is the way we do that. We've set up a hierarchy that everybody knows that you can have a trickle down and a trickle up effect. As a matter of fact, in 2020, in Lancaster County, which is the 2nd largest county in Nebraska, we had 320 delegates. In 2022, we had 600. The same thing happened under state party convention. In 2022, we had over 700 delegates, and in 2024, we had 840. So more and more people are getting involved. More and more people are asking questions. So as far as I'm concerned, Dan Schultz, keep up the good work. You've done an excellent job in reaching out to the everyday American. We've taken politics out of the elite's hands, and we put it back in the people's hands. So thank you very much. And thank you, Steve, for putting this stuff on. This is amazing what you do for your country. God bless.
Stand by. Stand by.
Comments?
there. My name is Paul Bodine. I've been asked by Steve Stern to record this message for the upcoming show that he's presenting at the end of September with Dan Schultz on the subject of using the precinct strategy to reclaim our nation. Now, you might be thinking, didn't we already do that in the last election since we now control most of the federal government? Well, that argument is too involved for me to get into here, but suffice it to say that there's still a lot to be done, and precinct strategy is a key part of that. We still have too many well-meaning citizens that are sitting on the sideline waiting for elections to come by every 2 to 4 years. So just so you know, my experience is almost entirely related to the elections and precinct strategy in Clark County, Nevada, which, since that represents about 75% of the voters in the state of Nevada, probably not a bad background to have to explain to you what's going on here in our state. Specifically, I was appointed to serve as the precinct director for Clark County, Nevada, a position which, due to recent election county leadership changes, I no longer hold, but I'll still be working with the county party regarding precinct strategy. Now, you may be wondering, what does it take to become a precinct captain? Well, in Nevada, or I should say in Clark County, because I'm not familiar with the other counties so much. In Clark County, but I believe this is statewide, it's not a requirement, only that you be a registered Republican and that you be a member of the Central Committee, which means becoming a voting member. Now, you may not be a voting member of the party when you decide you want to be a precinct captain, and that process does take a few months, but our way of approaching that is just as long as you're in the process of becoming a voting member and you're a registered Republican, then you can be a precinct captain. And the precinct captains are then, whoever applies, they are approved and appointed by the precinct director, which, as I mentioned, is an appointed position by the county chairman, the county Republican Party chairman. And we have probably over 1,200 precincts in Nevada, but because some of those precincts have a very small population, or in some cases no population, you're probably looking at about 1,000 slots. And I can't speak statewide, but in Clark County, which is the primary part of the population, we probably have at least 800 precinct captain seats available. Now, out of those 800, we have 100. As of the end of the last election, we had 100 filled, so you can see there's plenty of room. And this probably goes statewide. Statewide, there's plenty of places for people who want to step up and serve as a precinct captain. Okay, so just to give you an idea of voter participation here, looking at some of the recent congressional races. In 22, in the congressional races, we had about 33% of the registered Republican voters participated. So you can see that there's a lot of work that we have to do. If we could just up that, it's just a few percentage points, we'd have hundreds and thousands of more votes. And many of these seats, particularly at the state level, are won, but in some cases by a few hundred votes. And at the congressional level, in some cases by a few thousand votes. So the effort to turn out that vote, as you can see just by those numbers, is pretty. It's pretty doable in most cases. So finally, I'd like to give you a kind of an overview of what I feel like is really helpful and what's worked in my experience. And one thing would be to start early. Now, we're already in summer before the next midterm election here. When I became a member of the precinct committee, we actually started in March of 2023. So by that standard, we're actually a little bit behind here. And also to promote the precinct captain, the fact that there's opportunities for it to promote that far and wide, wherever you think you're going to be able to get that message in front of people like yourselves, if you're listening to this message, that are interested in becoming precinct captains. And then one of the biggest challenges is to focus on the role of the precinct captain, which in my view, the way that we ran our committee, is to focus primarily in the initial stages on contacting all of your high propensity Republicans that you can tell by the voter records are always voting every time that there's an election. They're there. Contact them, and I would recommend that to be done in person, not over the phone or texting. You can do that as a backup, but in person, face to face is always better. And then out of those high propensity Republicans, you build your precinct team. It may only be 3, 4, 5, half a dozen people, but that's going to help. That's going to keep all the work from having to be just on alone as the precinct captain. And then once the election starts to come up, maybe in the late summer, fall, switch that strategy towards your low propensity Republican voters. That's where low hanging fruit is, and get those folks to the polls. And we've proven that in Clark County. We flipped a Senate seat and a state Senate seat and a state assembly seat in the last election. We also put Nevada in the Republican column for the president in the first time in like 20 years. So these things work. It's just a matter of finding the people who are like you that have that desire to help. And the last thing I would say was, if you're not already see yourself as a leader, you want to develop some leadership skills. Those can be learned. You don't have to say, hey, I wasn't born a leader, so I guess I'll have to be a follower. You can be a leader if you want to learn how to do it. And find some good people in your county party that can help you learn those skills, and get out there and do it. You'll have a lot of fun. There's people out there waiting for you. They need you. So you want to be part of this adventure. You'll love it. You'll never regret it, I guarantee.
Hi, my name is Pat Cameron. I'm the chair of the Goffstown GOP in Goffstown, New Hampshire. We fall under town chairs and then county chairs and then a state chair. And I've been at this for probably about 4.5 years almost now. My term was up in May, but we didn't have somebody to fill the seat. So I'm on still in a temporary role. We're supposed to have elections again in September, so there'll probably be somebody at that point in time that'll take my place. But in the 4 years that I've been the GOP chair, we've gone from meeting in my home to the local high school, and now to a local brewery pub. So it's been a mix that way. When we started out, there was really no organization to it. There had been a committee before I came on, but that had fell apart like about a year and a half to 2 years prior, basically because of people, trying to take over on things and do things the way without following the process. One of the things that that really got me involved was what I saw happen in 2020 in the election itself, when everybody said that the election was secure, that there was no mischief going on and things of that nature. And shortly after I started getting involved, probably within about 8 months to 10 months, I met a couple of guys from Windham, New Hampshire, that were involved in showing the amount of corruption in elections in the town of Windham. And they showed us some things that they saw that went on in Goffstown that at first we thought they were wrong until we started looking into it. And these elections still, as far as I'm concerned, are not secure. Our Trump team captain for the town spotted things at the polling place that he worked at. I've worked at the high school, and he worked at the elementary school, and made them known at the state level. They said that they got the information, they were looking into it. And the irony of this all is that they say that they put aside the votes when these issues are found, but we've yet to see anything happen, and those votes are not, from what we can see, removed from the tally. So we're hoping with the changes that President Trump is doing, some of the things that Mike Lindell has done, actually gets implemented, and in this 2026 election and 2028, that we can see some real serious changes done, so that people feel that their votes count, and that it has been done in a trustworthy fashion. As far as whether the machines are transmitting things outside of the polling place, we're told over and over and over that it's not. I've seen a wireless connection in there. I'm in IT. I've been doing it for 40 years, and I've asked about it repeatedly, and every time they say, "Oh, I'm not sure what that is." So we'll see. We have a new town clerk who's in charge of all that. The previous one, she was great. I mean, she always came to us and and asked us for our input, and if there was anything that we wanted more information on. I myself stand and watch as the mail-in ballots are done always, and try to make sure all that stuff is done correctly. And we tried to pass the information on to other town chairs and the county chair and stuff. So our county is Hillsborough County, and the people that I know personally involved are very sincere and conscious people of what goes on with it. I think some of the elected officials poo-poo it, and they think we're just nitpicking and like you're not doing things like as far as the way that they think it should be done. But I personally really don't care what they think. I want to see it done right and want to make sure that there is no fraudulent activity. So that being said, in 2026, we're hoping, like I started to say before, that things are on the up and up. I don't think our government necessarily things were, went wrong in 2020, and the predecessor definitely didn't. But everybody is really trying to push the representation that we have in the State House and in the Senate to make sure these things get taken care of. And with that being said, I think that pretty much covers what my thoughts are on it.
Hi, everybody. I'm Carlos Santos, the Union County Republican Chairman. Looking forward to explaining to you about precinct strategy and how it works and the importance of it. So across the entire state, every state across the country, you have voting districts. Each voting district is broken down into 2 committee members in a voting district. And the committee members are basically responsible for electing leadership at the county level, which then in turn they elect leadership at the state level, and then from there at the national level. With that being said, you, as a committee member, you're also responsible to help get your candidates elected. You basically become like a glorified volunteer through the organization to help get candidates elected up and down the ballot and pick the right candidates. Most of the county conventions, most of the committees have a convention once a year where you get to meet all the candidates that are seeking the endorsements from the counties. And you're the people that vote on who gets the award of the county lines or the county structure and the support from the counties. So with that being said, it's an important role. It's a grassroots level. I'm in Union County. I just became the chair last June because I went into areas in the county. So Union County, New Jersey has 21 towns in it and about 840 committee member spots. So for a very long time, the old chairman had only about 270 spots filled. I went into areas that they've never even ventured to try, like Elizabeth and Linden and Union and Rahway, and was able to gain, grow that committee from 270 to 600 members. And when they held the county reorganization that year, the people that I grew and added to the committee they came out to vote and they elected me to be the county chair. In that past year, it's been important, very critical. We've taken the county to a new level. We have constantly are out there doing different things, voter registration drives. We've registered almost 8,000 new Republicans in Union County alone in the year I've been chairman. We're branding our organization this year for the first time, where we're using the same kind of message across the county for our elections. We have a governor candidate this year that we're looking to really flip in New Jersey and turn it red, and everybody's energized to work. Our committee members are great, loyal volunteers, but they play a very important role. They get to elect who they chose at our convention, who they think is a strong candidate to go ahead. And it's important because they have the endorsement from the county, they have the support of the county as candidates, and we're trying to elect new leadership, to run our state and our local races and everything else. But as far as being a committee member and the districts, I think by filling up the districts with the right people in there, you're growing the party. So the importance of it is if you have 800 committee spots, you're stronger with more people involved than you are with less people, obviously. And by doing so, you kind of just keep growing and growing your base, and we're going to continue to grow. We have 600 seats, a little over 600 filled out of the 800, and I'm on a goal to have all 800 filled by next June. On our website, unioncountygop.org, I have a about section which explains the entire county committee process, why it's important to get involved, and how to get involved. The easiest way is when there's an election cycle. Some of the districts require 1 or 2 signatures. You could write yourself in. The other way is to get a petition, which is usually due in March, most places, at least in New Jersey, I know that for sure. And then you just got to go talk to a couple of your neighbors, get their signatures on it, and submit the petition in order to the municipal clerk. And the other way is to reach out to your local chairman for the county or for your township and see if you can get them to appoint you in the off-cycle year. I know in New Jersey, our cycle is different. Some counties do it every 2 years, some do it 4 years, where they have the elections for a county committee. But most of the counties across the country, I know for a fact, have the election cycles listed on the county clerk's website. So, I think it's an important role. I think people need to get more involved in it. And that's why I got involved. I was sick of being the one just complaining about things. And I said, well, it's time to get involved and do something productive and make the changes that I wanted to see and people want to see. But if you guys have any other questions about it, feel free. Send me a message on the website, or you could send me an email at chairman@unioncountygop.org. Looking forward to seeing you guys get out there and get involved. So thank you.
Hello there. My name is Paul Bodine. I've been asked by Steve Stern to record this message for the upcoming show that he's presenting at the end of September with Dan Schultz on the subject of using the precinct strategy to reclaim our nation. Now, you might be thinking, didn't we already do that in the last election since we now control most of the federal government? Well, that argument is
Hi, my name is Pat Cameron. I'm the chair of the Goffstown GOP in Goffstown, New Hampshire.
Stand by. Technical difficulty here. One moment.
Good morning, everybody. I am Amy Barella, the Republican Party of New Mexico chairwoman. A couple years ago, I wrote a precinct handbook to get all of our counties involved on a deeper level because I believe in the grassroots system. So what does it take to become involved in your precincts or in your wards? New Mexico is set up on a ward-based or a precinct-based system based on how the county rules are set up or the size of the county. So in a ward system, it's the same thing. It's just a group of a whole bunch of precincts that everybody can get involved. In the ward system, it's set up by allocation from our last gubernatorial election to be ward chair, secretary, treasurer, etc. But that does not limit any volunteers from participating. So to be involved in the county central committee, you obviously need to show up to the county meetings and get elected onto a county central meeting, and then you will help be able to advise the direction of your local county party, which then in turn advises the direction of the state party, which is exactly what I believe in the grassroots system. So first and foremost, to get involved, show up at your county parties and volunteer. What are the things that you are gifted in doing? Do you want to make phone calls? Do you want to write thank you cards? Do you want to knock on doors? Do you want to help a specific candidate? There are many volunteer opportunities, especially here in New Mexico, where we are so close to flipping New Mexico red. So show up at your county party. If nothing else, then contact the state party and we can make sure you are in contact with your county party or your ward or precinct chairs. You can email me at amy@gopnm.org or go to our website, newmexicogop.org.
Yes, hello everybody, and thank you, Steve, for inviting us here to participate in this precinct strategy meeting. My name is Steve Gillen. I'm the co-founder of Project Civica, and I'm also director of political affairs for the whole New York State. Project Civica is involved. One of our big programs that we initiated this spring was to get precinct strategy. All right. New York, we don't have precincts. All right. What they're called is we have AD assembly districts. And within our assembly districts, we have EDs, election districts. Now, that's where committeemen would run within that ED. Now, the requirements to run and get on the ballot, if you so choose, is you need 5% signatures of registered Republicans that voted within your ED. New York and many areas in New York and the city especially, we have some districts there's not a lot of Republicans that are actually registered. So the number is not dramatic to get. However, so what we've done is, we looked at how we can have an impact in the 5 boroughs. Because if anybody knows New York, where we're at, basically New York is not a blue state. All right. What happens is that we have such population in the city in the 5 boroughs that they have all the power. So we have to break our way into that. Unfortunately, the Republican Party in the 5 boroughs is pretty much non-existent except for their own well-being to put candidates in that they want and people that they would support, not just for candidates, but also for committeemen. So in the city, though, we have a total of 8,817 seats that, are committeemen. We could fill those seats in the 5 boroughs. Unfortunately, we have 5,273 seats seats. We went out to try to help and fill those vacant seats. And we had some success, but we also had major pushback from the party. Even though the party in the 5 boroughs is really non-existent, all right? Just a number in the 2024 elections for state legislature, we had 53 seats that we did not even put a candidate up. And that's just in the 5 boroughs. All right, so we have major problems with the party. So Project Civica is here, and we came out and reached out to anybody we could, clubs, Republican clubs, people that we think would have an interest in participating in the political process. And we reached out to them. But what we got, instead of assistance from the party, we got major pushback. One area we had pretty good success in was an area down called Far Rockaway. It's down in Queens County, where that club down there, the Rockaway Republican Club, actually got 42 people that said they wanted to run. However, what happened was the Republican Party and the city council member, who has a lot of power within the Republican Party in Queens, decided they didn't want us to run. All right. So when we chose, our strategy was to pick seats that were vacant. All these vacant seats, we said, let's charge and go for them. But the party would have nothing to do with that. They didn't even want us to fill these vacant seats because they wouldn't have total control. And as I'm sure everybody that's on this call that's dealing with this issue here, our biggest challenge is the party. And how do you get around it? We know precinct strategy is the way to go. However, when we sit here and we fight again, they fight against us. They actually took out 3 full-page ads to endorse their candidates in this area when these seats were vacant at the time. So they didn't want us to have any say in what's going on within the party. So we have these issues, and to run, you only need 5% of signatures in those election districts. So that's something that is doable. I mean, our candidates were able to go out and get these seats. However, like I'm sure many other people here, and I know I've spoken to a few of you that are involved in precinct strategy, our problem is the party. And we just we had 9 counties in this past cycle that we're putting in committeemen. We have 48 in the coming 2026. So Project Civica will be working from now. We're starting now to get moving to find candidates in these other areas of the state and hopefully have an impact. So again, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. And, we hope to have success with other people. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Joe Plant. I am the District 3 Chair for the Guilford County Republicans, which is the 3rd largest county in North Carolina. As far as my history, I'm a chemical engineer. I was in the textile industry for 19 years, took a textile company from 800 million to 1.1 billion, and then I left textiles and went on to a cleaning company where we took the division from about 10 million to 270 million. I'm a longtime resident of North Carolina. When I retired 5 years ago, I got involved with the political arena, and the more you do with the Republican Party, the more they give you to do. So basically, the history of North Carolina, as far as politics goes, the Republican Party started its strength in 2010, a little bit before that, but before 2010, the Democrats ruled North Carolina for about 100 years. And in 2010, the North Carolina Republicans took over the legislature, both in the House, state legislature, both in the House and in the Senate. And what happened was the state was in heavy debt through the Democrats. The state income tax was up around 8 to 9%, and the Republican legislatures came in and took it down to about 3.99% today. To show you the difference as far as the Democrats and the Republicans, in 2016, North Carolina had about 39% of all registered Democrats voters. The 39% were Democrats. The Republicans were about 30%. The unaffiliated were about 30%. That was in 2016. Today, we're seeing that the Democrats are at 30.5%. So that's from 39% to 30.5%. The Republicans are about at 30.4%, and the unaffiliated are at 38%. So we're seeing about a 1% decline in the Democrats every year. So in 2028 elections, presidential elections, if the trend continues, Democrats will be at about 27%, and Republicans will be about 31%. This is shown as far as those that were elected. Both senators from North Carolina are Republican. The U.S. House representatives went from a 7-7 split in 2024 to a 10-4 Republican majority in the U.S. House from North Carolina. The North Carolina Supreme Court is now at a 5-2 majority for Republicans. The appellate court is now at a 12-3 in favor of Republicans. And to show you how much it's changed in 1994, the Superior Court judges, there was only one Republican in the whole state of North Carolina in 1994. Today, there are more Republicans that are Superior Court judges than Democrats. So it's been a huge movement towards the unaffiliated and the Republicans, and the Democrats continue to hemorrhage. So what are we doing to bring more Republicans on? Well, there's about 2,640 precincts in North Carolina. In my particular county, Guilford County, there are about 165 precincts. The first and most important thing for you to do, so how do we get those Republicans involved? We text them, or we mail a card to them. We do all this inexpensively. Texting costs you a couple of cents a text. Mailing costs you maybe 50 or 60 cents if you use a postcard, or we actually door knock or call them, of course. So we get those folks involved. That's point one. Point two is we have those lists of unaffiliated that we know lean Republican. We do the same thing with them. We text them, we mail them, we call them, or we door knock. Okay. And then we also had 4 parties to fall off the ballot in July of this year. That was the No Labels Party, the Constitution Party, and a couple other parties. We're doing the same with them. We got the names, we text them, call them, etc. We do the same thing with the African community for Part 3. We've got specific folks that reach out to the African American community. We know the demographics. We have specific folks that reach out to the Asian community. We got specific folks that reach out to the Hispanic community. So we have Filipinos, we have folks from India, we have folks from Pakistan, we've got people from Vietnam. So they go to these specific festivities year round, and we get involved there. That's part 3. Part 4 is the youth. We have in North Carolina what's called TARS. That's the Teenage Republicans. And what we do is we schedule teenage workshops for 14 to 18-year-olds. And it's geared toward making that teenager a better citizen. We talk to them about how to do a resume, how to interview, how to dress for an interview, the importance of exercise, of diet. We talk to them about budgeting. We talk to them about having a strong background, core, spiritual, etc. We have different speakers come in. And then we ask them, do they want to start a TARS program in their high school? So this is part 4 for the high schoolers. Part 5 is the colleges. We reach out to each of the colleges. We've got some clubs in the colleges. Those college students, we help with their funds for pizza parties and what have you. And then we also have them come in and do poll observing for us, or they'll help with no door knocking, etc. So that's a 2-way street. The 6th point of our plan, of the 6-point plan, is those Republicans that join our party in the different counties. We have them, we send out welcome letters to them. And we have several clubs within the counties, and those counties get involved with sending those letters or postcards out, and then we'll have parties for them. So that's how we get everybody involved. Now, how do you get the people that want to join the party involved to join the party? Well, first of all, they can go to ncsbe.gov. They can see their whole history of voting there and what primaries they pulled, what precincts they're in. And the other thing, and they can also register there for North Carolina online. The other thing is they can Google or use whatever search engine they're using, put in GOP and put in their county, because in North Carolina, the 100 counties each have a website. And then when they go to that website, they can come in and fill out the form, and somebody will contact them, tell them when the events are taking place as far as the regular meetings, and just get them involved. So that's what we're doing within North Carolina. We're making great progress, very proud of what we're doing. And we really believe in the conservative movement. You know, our state motto is esse quam videre, which means to be rather than to see. And that's what we're doing in North Carolina.
Yeah, my name is Lori Hins, and I am from North Dakota, and I am here to tell you a little bit about how we do things in North Dakota. It's a little different than a lot of different states. Our requirements to be a precinct committee man in North Dakota vary. They're different from most states in the country, actually. Here we organize by legislative district rather than by county like they do in a lot of other states. So we have 47 legislative districts in North Dakota, whereas we have 53 individual counties. Now, how does that work? Well, PCs are elected then in our state by the private precinct caucuses by each individual party for those 47 legislative districts. And they're in the 2 separate parties, Republican and Democrat, in our state. So they organize every other year in odd numbered years, and the North Dakota legislative districts are broken down by population. So on that note, North Dakota's population is tiny compared to many other states. We have less than 1 million people in our entire state of North Dakota. That's not in a city, that's the whole state. And in the last census, it was 788,940 people, and just shy of 790,000 essentially. And as of that That means that the 47 individual districts averaged about 16,600 people for each one of the legislative districts. Now, some of our rural districts in North Dakota are interesting too, because those rural districts are very sparsely populated. So we don't have a ton of people in the rural districts, but then we have concentrations in our cities. So we have 4 major cities. We have Fargo, which is the most populated city. We have Bismarck, which is the state capital, which is in the top 4. And then we have Grand Forks, which is north of Fargo. And then we also have Minot, which is north of Bismarck. So those are our main big cities in the state. So the interesting thing about this is that when those rural districts are so sparsely populated, we have concentrations of people in the individual cities, but then they're really spread out in the other ones. So how do I describe that? Well, the urban districts have multiple districts in one county, and many of the rural districts are so sparsely populated that they actually have various counties, multiple counties in one legislative district. I know that's really confusing, but in our state of North Dakota, the Secretary of State is the one who does the statewide elections and oversees those. And then those 53 county auditors for the individual counties work hand in hand with the 47 legislative districts to make sure that they are covered with all the people needed at the election polling locations too. So when individual districts organize, which is in the first 3 months of odd numbered years per state statute, what happens is a specific formula determines like how you voted in the last election, things like that. And that determines how many precinct committee people each district is entitled to. So it varies greatly, of course, by district and also. So we in the Republican Party of North Dakota are very, very diligent in filling all our precinct committee positions that we have. We have major advantages as Republicans in North Dakota. It's really strengthening for our grassroots, our continuous efforts to maintain our supermajorities. So we have supermajorities in all leadership in North Dakota. It's really unusual and very, very cool. We do have situations where we have people who run for office who say they're a Republican, but don't necessarily vote. So you've all heard of that before. But we also, for the most part, have really, really good Republican leadership in the state of North Dakota. So precinct committee numbers have risen the past 2 cycles. We continue to have really, really good numbers in our state. For instance, in North Dakota, Republicans actually hold great supermajorities and advantages in the state legislature. We have 47 districts, of course, and so each of those 47 districts is represented by 1 senator and 2 representatives. So 47 senators, 94 representatives. In the latest election, our Senate was 42-5 supermajority for Republicans over Democrats. I know your mind is blown, right? It's super cool. In the House of Representatives recently, we have 1 vacancy. So it stands right now at 81 Republicans to 11 Democrats in the House of Representatives in North Dakota. That means in those 47 districts across the state, the grand majority of them is Republican in our state. In the last election cycle, which was 22-24, if you look at that, when Republicans lost just 1 seat in the election in the House and gained 1 seat in the Senate in the same year in the last cycle. Just a wonderful, wonderful thing to know. Republicans hold all statewide offices. Our precinct strategy overall works very well for us in North Dakota. I have to say we've had many, many successes, and we continue to roll forward with the PC strategy in North Dakota and maintain supermajorities in our amazing Peace Garden state. Thanks so much.
I'm Jonathan Broadbent from the great state of Ohio. If you recognize my voice or name, it may be from Precinct Strategy. Dan Schultz and I have been coaching the nation for over 2 years now on X Spaces, on the social media platform X, coaching the nation on how to implement and utilize Precinct Strategy in your neck of the woods, wherever you are. In my great state of Ohio, we have a dedicated website and a team working on our 88 counties. That website is ohioprecinctstrategy.org. Not to be confused with the terrific website that Dan Schultz built, precinctstrategy.com. I recommend checking them both out. If you're in the state of Ohio, remember both websites, precinctstrategy.com and ohioprecinctstrategy.org. The Central Committee in Ohio is elected positions for each precinct. However, there's a separate state-level Central Committee that is always comprised of 1 man and 1 woman in a larger territory.
So in other words, each county has elected representatives to fill precincts. And at the state level, there are larger territories with 2 individuals representing that larger multi-county jurisdiction. Overall, across the 88 counties, there's roughly 50% vacancy, which is a great opportunity for you, my fellow Ohioans, to step in and fill those vacant seats with America First patriots. Some counties are full, some are very empty, so it's a mixed bag, and it can be, admittedly, a little bit difficult to figure out where the empty seats are, but there are great resources available. Check out your local county board of elections and your local Republican Party. Web search and phone call can go a long way to figuring out if there are empty seats and how to go about filling them. The first thing to check on is the election cycle. Find out when the next election will take place. The way this is supposed to work is we, the people, feed information and our will and interests to our county central committee, which then instructs the state level central committee, and they tell the Ohio Republican Party how things are to be done. That's the way instruction of our Republican Party is designed to work. In Ohio, we're working on that. We have been pushing hard on precinct strategy and have managed to flip several locations to conservative. The election cycle varies by county. Some are 2-year and some are 4-year, meaning that in some counties, like mine, I was elected for a 4-year cycle. Other counties are 2-year. The state level, state central committee men and women serve 2-year terms. I have some very exciting news to share from my county in Ohio, and that is that we passed a resolution a few weeks ago encouraging the investigation and prosecution of those allegedly involved in the Russian collusion hoax. From there, over 100 other counties are now considering passing that same resolution. Another county south of me in Ohio passed about a week after we did in my county. It's spreading like wildfire. Resolutions are a big piece of the power that we have in Central Committee to influence things within the Republican Party. And we host X Spaces Tuesday afternoons, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and Friday evenings at 9 p.m. I hope you'll come and join us. It's a great community of people who care, are enthusiastic about using precinct strategy to reclaim our constitutional republic and give representative government back to we the people.
We can also just navigate to our Outlook, open up our notes app, and create
Hi, I'm Pam Pollard. I've been an activist and a leader in Oklahoma for over 30 years, and we're at a new day and time. I've only seen phenomenons like this happen really with when Sarah Palin got involved, then of course our President Trump, and now with the assassination of Charlie Kirk has brought an entirely new heightened awareness of just how important freedom of speech and freedom to get involved and really the responsibility to get involved with our neighborhoods, with our precincts, with our party, our Republican Party, and with our government. So in Oklahoma, we've been very, very, very successful over the years and turned our state from solid blue to solid red. So our challenges are different from a lot of other people's. We are trying very hard not to start labeling people because we have people from all walks of life and all backgrounds, but people are fired up. So we're out at the state fair this week trying to recruit new people who finally are saying it's time for me to get involved. We're going into the neighborhoods, we're knocking doors, we are going into the precincts that we don't have precinct leaders in and just asking them, are you fed up? Is now the time to be involved? So we've got over 2,800 precincts in Oklahoma, and we only have about 40% of those filled. We've been working very, very hard, especially in our larger cities where the predominant number of precincts are, but people are just becoming more complacent. And so I'm really hoping that we are Charlie Kirk. I am Charlie Kirk will help more people. The other thing that we're really trying to do is reach out to our affiliate groups, these people who are not involved with the party structure, who's never served as a precinct committeeman or committee woman, or even at the state or county level, even the district level. We're reaching out to them and say, now is your time to step up into leadership. It's time for people to take ownership, take responsibility, and get involved. So Oklahoma is in a pretty good place, but have work to do. We have a lot of people because we're a solid red state. All 77 counties are registered Republican in Oklahoma, but as we know, not everybody registered Republican really is Republican. So they have got a state question that the wording of it has just been approved by our state Supreme Court to turn Oklahoma into a jungle primary. Like Alaska, like Louisiana. Louisiana's been under jungle primary for over 60 years. They finally got rid of it, and the first time in 60 years, they elected a Republican governor. I do not want Oklahoma to go to a jungle primary. We want to stick with our party registration, closed primary system. So that's the big fight. That's what we're trying to do, and recruit people all over the state, vote no on the state question, and get out and help us go door to door, talk to your neighbor. Do not be afraid to talk in the churches. The Supreme Court came down and said, and IRS came down and said, it's not against the freedom of speech to talk politics in churches. So just want to thank everybody. Thanks Steve Stern and the Precinct Project for the opportunity to share what we're doing in Oklahoma. Just pray for us, please, that this state question does not pass, and pray that we will continue to fight for the freedoms that we've gained in the last 20 years in Oklahoma. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hi, my name is Nicole, and I'm here to share a little bit about Oregon. And I want to start by thanking Dan Schultz. He was the reason I first got involved. I saw him on Steve Bannon's show, and that's what pushed me to step up and become a PCP in Deschutes County. From there, I've gone on to serve as vice chair in Deschutes County, and now I'm honored to be the elections chair for the Oregon Republican Party. I also know I'm not the only one. The precinct strategy encouraged many of us here in Oregon to take that first step back in 2021, and we're grateful to him for spreading the word and showing us the way. I would also like to note that since the assassination of Charlie Kirk, in Deschutes County, we've had a significant increase in people reaching out and wanting to engage in the party. His death has sparked a wave of concerned citizens that no longer want to sit on the sidelines. To become a PCP in Oregon, you simply file an SEL 105 form with your county's election office. PCPs are elected every 2 years in the May primary, and the only requirements are that you live in the county and have been a registered Republican for at least 180 days. The good news is that filing is open now until March 10th. Once filed, your name will appear on the May 19th ballot in your precinct. It's one of the easiest ways to get directly involved in shaping the future of the Republican Party in Oregon. Unfortunately, we still have a long way to go to fill all those open PCP seats. Statewide, we have about roughly 12,000 PCP slots, and only about 3,000 are filled. Here in Deschutes County, there are 631 total PCP slots. Of those, 259 are filled, leaving 372 vacancies, and that's a lot of room for growth. Across Oregon, the picture varies. Rural counties are doing much better and closer to full strength, while the urban counties are lagging. And of course, those are the Democrat strongholds, and that's where we need to grow the most. Oregon's primaries are thankfully still closed, meaning only registered Republicans can vote in our Republican primary. And in 2022, the overall statewide turnout was about 37%, and only 54% of registered Republicans cast ballots. That low turnout shows exactly why the precinct strategy is so vital. PCPs are the ones who can bring Republicans into the process, register new voters, and drive participation in the primaries. And here in Oregon, we have the added challenge of the voter motor law. People that were signed up through Motor Voter can be easily registered as unaffiliated voters. And today, the majority of Oregon voters are not Democrats or Republicans. They're unaffiliated. The problem is unaffiliated voters cannot participate in our Republican primary. They only get to vote in nonpartisan races. And that's why our primary season is so important. It's the time we focus on moving unaffiliated voters into the Republican Party so they can have a voice in choosing our candidates. Statewide PCP numbers have increased since 2022, but the trend isn't uniform. Some counties have increased, others decreased. We have a bit of a competition going on in Oregon on who can get to 100% full. And so far, 3 of our counties have achieved that. But the bottom line is clear. When county leadership makes PCP recruitment a priority, the strategy works. When they don't, the seats stay empty. Some of the successes that we've seen here in Oregon is the pipeline is real. People who start as PCPs are moving into the county and state leadership. And a great example is our current Oregon Republican Party chair, Connie Welchel. She first became a PCP through the precinct strategy in 2021, and just a few years later, she's now leading our entire state party. With all the new PCPs, there has been a renewed effort to turn Oregon around. And out of the 3 West Coast states, Oregon came the closest in the last governor's race, closer than Washington or California to electing a Republican governor. And that tells me we are on the edge of flipping this seat. Some of the challenges we're facing is going back to recruitment in urban areas. It's still very difficult, but those are the places we cannot afford to ignore or give up on. And becoming a PCP is just the first step. The real impact comes when PCPs get engaged, canvassing, organizing, helping neighboring counties and battleground districts We need active PCPs who are willing to fight, where the races will decide whether Oregon Republicans move from a super minority to a majority in the legislature. Dan's vision through the precinct committee man strategy is what first brought me into this fight. And today, as elections chair, I can say the strategy is working here in Oregon. It's uneven, but where we push, we grow. Our mission in the Oregon Republican Party is to make PCP recruitment a core part of every county's work, because every empty seat is a missed opportunity and every filled seat is a Republican leader stepping forward. That's how we strengthen our primaries, expand our base, and take Oregon back precinct by precinct. If you're watching and you want to get involved, go to oregon.gop. Under the Get Involved section, you'll find your county party's contact information. And thank you for letting me share Oregon's progress. And thank you for giving me and so many others the spark to get started.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here. So what we're doing here in Bucks County is we've been running the precinct strategy since 2002. There are 608 possible committee seats in Bucks County. 304 precincts. You have to have a man and a woman if you're going to fill both of those seats. You can't have 2 men or 2 women. It's a stupid rule. It's another rule that we need to change, along with a lot of the other rules that allow the county chair to appoint members before their own elections and after the primaries, and to allow illegal proxy voting is what we're facing here. We've had to file lawsuits in Pennsylvania over it. So what we're doing is we're organizing people in Bucks County to run for committee seats. And we've created methods of tracking this and sharing them with other people in our group so that we are tracking which seats are empty and which are not, which ones have rhinos in them and which ones don't. We've got an email operation that allows us to track people and put them in groups. And so when we need to communicate to them on certain issues, we can selectively. It's very bad here in Bucks County because the rhinos are just they've got such a grip on the power in the committee, and they've stacked the deck with this executive committee, and they use that power in an abusive way every 2 years at the county reorganization meetings to make sure that they get reelected. And so as far as the precinct strategy goes, if around Pennsylvania, if you want to get involved, if you send me an email, I know most of the groups and the people around the state that are active and actually doing something. My email address is andy@rightforbucks.com. That's RIGHTFORBUCKS.com. You can see what we're doing on the web at rightforbucks.com. One of the things that we've done is we've compiled a webpage full of all the individual county bylaws that are around the state of Pennsylvania. It's very important that you understand not only your county bylaws, but your state bylaws to know what are the rules in the game that you're playing and what you have to do. So in Pennsylvania, we have 67 counties, and all of the counties are supposed to be, the bylaws are supposed to be consistent with those of the state party. They are not. And this is done on purpose to allow rogue operators in the counties to rig their primary endorsements. And that goes right up the chain of command, right through Harrisburg to the state GOP, where most of the state committee members are effectively appointed by their local county committee chairs because they're controlling the endorsement process in the primaries. The state committee members are elected every 4 years in Pennsylvania. So, once these people get in, you're stuck with them for a long time, and they're really burrowed in deep. And that's why you see what's going on in Pennsylvania with the corporatists and the grifters in the Republican Party that are selecting people that are not sticking to the Constitution and are playing along with this centralization of power. And this is where all the problems come for us in the world, is the centralization of power. So the precinct strategy is all about the decentralization of power. So by filling these committee seats with patriots, this is how we're going to take back our country. There's no other way. With this uniparty between the Democrats and the Republicans, there's no chance for a third party, MAGA party right now, in my opinion, to make it because of the stranglehold that they have on the process with the ballot petition signature requirements, etc. So the only way that we're going to get this thing done is to take over the Republican Party from the inside. And you need to make everybody understand that if they don't get involved and they don't fill these empty seats and run against these people that are rhinos that are just in there taking up space and voting, they're not going out door knocking. They might work the polls, but they're just not working. So it's so important that people understand the importance of running the precinct strategy to take over the Republican Party in your area. This is the most important thing that you can do. Get off of social media, stop whining on Facebook, start connecting with other patriots in your area, start building a database, get an email system together, get a social media presence, put the word out there that people need to get involved, have live events in your area, picnics and, concerts and educational things. Patriotic, and you'll draw people in, and you will start to see a difference, and you'll be able to gain some momentum. And that's what we need to do. We need to do it now. It's very important. And I know that President Trump has endorsed the precinct strategy, but you never hear anybody talking about it. So the big important people that have the big influencer channels, we really need your help to focus people on getting involved at the local level. And how do you do that? Well, that's a big challenge because there is no central, hub of who do I connect with to get involved in the precinct strategy. So here in Pennsylvania, I try to keep in touch with people that are doing that. So if you're in Pennsylvania and you want to get involved somewhere, please contact me. That's Andy@rightforbucks.com, and I'll try to put you in touch with a patriot who is serious and knows what they're doing with the precinct strategy, as opposed to just sending you to a local county GOP where you go to get sent into the woods and lick envelopes and do nothing with regard to making a real difference. You need to connect with people that know what they're doing and that are actually filling committee seats and learning the process, knowing the rules, going to the meetings. It's the only way that we're going to make things happen. So please, if there's people out there like Steve Bannon that I know has had Dan Schultz on before, and that's great, we need more of that. We need the people with the big platforms in the world talking about the precinct strategy, and we need as an organization to get together and have somebody to go to in every state, where if you see a volunteer pops up their head, they say, oh, Pennsylvania, you go to Andy Meehan or one of the other folks that we know out in the western part of the state. And there should be contacts about all over in every state across the union. We need to get organized like this. And this is how we're going to take back our country. There's no other way. So that's about all I had to say for today. If you have any questions and you'd like to get in touch with me, you can email me again, Andy@rightforbucks.com. We're here in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. It's the most corrupt county committee in Pennsylvania. So again, I appreciate the time to speak to everybody. Andy Meehan from Right for Bucks in Bucks County.
All right.
Yep, we're going to take a little break here. We got about 12 more states to do. The first thing I want to let everybody know again, go to protectthevote.com. See if that's up there, Raj. Protectthevote.com to become a poll watcher or poll worker in Virginia and in New Jersey. Very important. The RNC asked me to help them do that. We want to thank the War Room. They're going to cut out of here at 5. We may run a few minutes later. Behind me, you can see President Trump, where he endorsed precinct strategy. We have a lot of memos into him. We have people in the White House speaking to him, ask him to start talking about precinct strategy. We'll see if that happens. We want to thank yournews.com. There's tons of people on this today. We're getting a lot of response from people all over the country asking how they can get involved, which is very important. We will bring messages to everybody who came on here. On October 8th, Raj and I will be doing the election security meeting for Virginia. Cleveland Mitchell will be on. Ken Nunnenkamp, who is the executive director of Virginia. Andy Mangione from one of the big organizations. Gary Myers has a big organization. Joe DeBox, who you saw today. Harry Hari will be on. Dr. Robert Epstein, again, will be telling you how they're stopping Google. Johnny Vieira will be on, coming back with his app. Brian Swenson for the RNC and a bunch of other people. Again, we want to thank all the podcasters. We have over 50 podcasters on. We have millions of people watching this all over the country. Want to thank everybody who came on. We got about 8 states left to go. So let's bring on our next state, which will be Rhode Island. We hope everybody's enjoying this. I'm really impressed with a lot of the people who have come on and want to thank them very much.
And stand by for Rhode Island. Stand by for Rhode Island.
Greetings from the behind enemy lines in the deep blue state of Rhode Island. I want to discuss a powerful approach to political engagement that can transform how we connect with voters, the precinct strategy, enhanced by micro-targeting precision. This approach emphasizes grassroots organization, data-driven focus, and building meaningful local connections to drive electoral success. The precinct strategy is based on the idea that political power starts at the smallest unit of the republic, the precinct. Precincts are the fundamental units of elections where neighbors vote together and local voices influence outcomes. Focusing on these small communities, we can create a ripple effect that impacts the entire districts, the states, and even the nation. The strategy involves identifying committed individuals to serve as precinct captains, dedicated leaders who deeply know their communities. These captains organize, mobilize, and engage voters within their precinct to ensure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. Precinct captains are the backbone of the approach. They build relationships, they host events, they communicate directly with voters to understand their concerns. This hyper-local focus ensures campaigns are not just top-down, but rooted in the community's needs. Campaigns can coordinate voter registration drives, canvassing efforts, and get out the vote campaigns, creating a groundswell of support that's difficult to ignore. Next, let's discuss micro-targeting, a precision tool that boosts the precinct strategy. Micro-targeting uses analytics tools to identify specific voter segments based on demographics, voter histories, interests, and behaviors. Rather than the broad one-size-fits-all messaging, micro-targeting enables us to tailor our outreach to resonate with individual voters. For example, a young family might care about education and childcare while a retiree prioritizes healthcare and taxes. Understanding these nuances allows us to craft a message that directly addresses their priorities. A separate mailing or phone banking campaign can convert an unlikely voter to your campaign if it hits home with the voter, regardless of party affiliation. Picture a precinct captain armed with micro-targeting data. They can identify which voters are likely to support our cause, who are undecided, and who needs a nudge to vote. Captains can pinpoint key issues for their precinct using tools like voter databases, social media analytics, and consumer data. The captain can highlight green policies even if the data shows a cluster of environmentally conscious voters. If an economic concerns are key issues, they can emphasize job creation plans. This targeted approach maximizes efficiency, ensuring that resources are focused where they will have the most significant impact. Strategy with micro-targeting creates personal and strategic doors, hosting coffee meetups, and most importantly for future races, building trust. Island, we're no different. We have a smaller concentration of precinct captains because we are committee-based. We have our precincts that are pretty much separated by campaign and by town. So what works in one place might not specifically work in another place. But we use that through micro-targeting to focus on the issues in those towns. Sometimes we have overlapping. Sometimes you have towns and precincts that neighbors across the street from each other don't even have the same issues they're interested in. One could be septic, one could be town water. It could be something as small as that. But micro-targeting helps get all those voters. In conclusion, the precinct strategy powered with micro-targeting is a real game changer. It's about empowering local leaders, leveraging data, and connecting with voters personally. By focusing on precincts and customizing our outreach, we can build grassroots and data-driven movement, turning out votes, and most importantly, winning elections. So thank you very much.
Anna Mars, South Dakota. Precinct committee men and women in South Dakota are chosen by primary election, which is in June of even-numbered years. The total number of precinct committee men and women in the state is not available from our Secretary of State's office, as these positions are filled by the South Dakota GOP structure down to the county chair. We have 66 counties in South Dakota, with 1/3 of these counties to be organized by the Republican Party. For my party, or for my county, which is Lawrence County, where the county seat is the infamous Deadwood, South Dakota, we have 20 precinct committee men and women in 10 precincts. So all our precinct committee men and women slots are filled. The 2022 Republican primary saw a 31% voter turnout in a closed primary. The number of precinct committeemen and women has grown way up in our state since 2022, thanks to the precinct strategy. The South Dakota GOP is working on precinct training, and the 2026 South Dakota GOP convention is gearing up for 1,000 attendees in Rapid City.
Hey, this is Joe Citino in Greenville, South Carolina. Happy to be speaking with you today. What I'd like to share about the state of South Carolina is it's a very important state because it's the first in the primaries. So it's a real first in the South of primaries. It's an important state. As we're headed into the primary for next year, we've got a big race going on for the governor, and we've got a big race going on to replace a state senator. We have Nancy Mace running against our existing governor, and we have Mark Lynch also running against Lindsey Graham in that primary. It's a big year from a primary point of view. There are many other races that are occurring locally too. What I will say across the state is there are counties that are extremely active and engaged, and then there are counties that are kind of dormant. And what we've been doing in Greenville County, where I live, is we've got a pretty high engagement where the precincts are filled with leaders. We have delegates into each precinct, and there's still more spaces to fill, but we're filling them basically by doing things like coffee and politics, where there's an opportunity for people to go on Fridays and engage and learn about what's happening in the county. We enroll people. We have open meetings where people can come on in and come into the county office, volunteer, and spend time and help. And also just attend a meeting and see what the process is for our county meetings. And then we have we've set it up so we have regional meetings as well, where different regions within the county get together to have more local connection. And they then work to support vet candidates, recruit candidates, and also make it visible what these candidates stand for. So that's what's going on in Greenville County. Across the state, what we try to do is support the other counties in the state with tools. So like when we did reorg this year, Greenville County had multiple sessions where we're training people on the reorg process. We've got a video that we use. We can then pass that on, train people so they can understand the reorg process, understand what precincts are, understand how those precincts lead to the selection of county leaders and ultimately state leaders, and how those county and state leaders then help shape what's happening in our state, whether it's going to be a conservative state or whether it's going to be conservative in name only. And it's been great to be a part of that. What we try to do is just serve. And if you want to plug in, a simple way to plug in South Carolina is go to myscgop.com. It's not affiliated with any particular county. It's just a nonprofit that helps get people connected and plugged in, has great training materials on it. We're excited about the races that are coming up. We're excited about Mark Lynch running. We're excited about Nancy Mace running. These are good, healthy races between established candidates and new candidates. That helps overall the culture get better to have those races occur. And my name is Joe Citino, happy to help. Overall, again, on precincts across the state, there's a lot of precincts that are open. Probably more than 50% of the precincts have leadership vacancies across the state. So we encourage you to get engaged. Go to myscgop.com, connect in, plug in, and we're happy to help you. That's it.
Hi, my name is Scott Golden. I have the privilege of being the chairman of the Tennessee Republican Party over the state of Tennessee. Tennessee is one of the best Republican states, conservative states in the nation, and we're proud of all the work that everybody has done to keep this state moving in the right red direction. We've had several successive election cycles in a row, and it really comes down to everybody, all the volunteers and donors, that everybody participates in the political process. One of the things that I know that every state party struggles with is how to get new people involved in our organization. So, for example, in the state of Tennessee, we have 95 counties. In those 95 counties, we have 95 county Republican parties. Each of them are governed by as few as 5 different officers: a chair, a vice chair, a treasurer, an assistant treasurer, and a secretary. Those are elected right after the elections in November. So we call that our reorganization season. It lasts from January 1st through April 15th, where any bona fide Republican across the state of Tennessee can show up at their reorganization meeting and have the opportunity to vote for their county party leadership. So that took place earlier in 2025. We still need people to be involved. We do a great job on the tngop.org website, which is our main portal. If you go to that website now, you can find which county in Tennessee you live in, who the county chairman is, what is their address, what is their email, and what is their cell phone number. So you can connect. Don't be shy. Call the party chairman. They're always looking for great people to be involved. If you find, there's another page that we've identified when all the county parties meet. Most county parties meet once a month, so there's an opportunity to swing by, grab something to eat, mostly at a restaurant or maybe a courthouse, where you can begin to introduce yourself to some of the local folks. And then finally, most of the counties have adopted a Lincoln Reagan Trump Day dinner, where it's an annual event that you can purchase tickets to. And of course, everybody loves to see new people show up at those. So we're what we call it our dinner season, because the reorganizations took place in the first quarter. We will be having Reagan Day dinners, or Reagan Day, Trump, Lincoln, all the way through to December of this year. Because in Tennessee, this is the way that we do it. This is the season that we're in now, is that we have all of our local elected offices. So everybody from your sheriff to your county commission to your county mayor, executive, trustee, all the courthouse positions that serve you locally. Those races are really beginning to start. The first day to be able to pick up petitions is December 22nd. So you're beginning to get a lot of people. School board is a big one as well. I would encourage everybody to jump onto a campaign. I talk about this all the time. When you effort and volunteer for the presidential campaign, it's tens of thousands of volunteers knocking on doors in battleground states. But as a Republican Party, we believe that the government that is closest to you is the one that really deserves a lot of the attention. And unfortunately, when you're running for school board, you're running for county commission, you get absolutely no help from your friends. So this is a wonderful time, particularly in the state of Tennessee, where you call up your county commissioner and say, hey, I like what you're doing. You haven't raised property taxes. Our government has no debt. We want to make sure that I want to see you get reelected. That's what we're encouraging people in the state of Tennessee to do now, is find a candidate. Of course, it's primary season. The Republican Party doesn't take sides in the primary, but we encourage everybody to get out, find a candidate that you agree with ideologically, and go help them. Because I can assure you that your county commissioner, mayor, sheriff, when you're walking door to door for them, these guys will never forget it. Different than if it's a statewide race or a presidential election. Focus locally, and then that's really your entry into the Republican Party as you start to do these events. So for Tennessee, this is the season to be active. There's no off days, is our saying. We encourage everybody to do it. So go to our website, tngop.org, find out who your party chairman is. Over the next 90 days, you will begin to see candidates start taking petitions. Find out who your local elected officials are. find out their philosophy, get involved, go help, and that will lead you to the wider world of what the Republican Party is. God bless everybody. Thank you for your involvement. Thank you for wanting to be involved. This party runs on its volunteers, and if we keep doing that, we can continue to make America great once again.
Hi, this is Bianca Grazia here with Latinos for America First, out of Harris County, Texas, obviously out of the Houston area. So I am coming live to you today to talk about a little bit about what's going on in Texas and about the precinct chair strategy. So as a former precinct chair myself, from 2016 or 17 to 2021, before I ran for office, I learned a lot being a precinct chair and what the responsibilities are in that role. And I also learned a lot about how the party is structured and how it works from the inside out. So just really some quick notes on what's going on here in Texas. Obviously, grassroots are, right now, pretty much really trying to organize and mobilize to get out the vote for 2026. We have been working on a precinct strategy, obviously, for years after the 2020 election, and realizing just how much more important the precinct chair position is. So in the state of Texas, you must be 18 years old to be a precinct chair. You must live in your precinct and you must be a registered voter. Now, if you're not a registered voter, there is where you can actually sign an oath of affiliation to whether it's the Republican or the Democrat Party, and that alone should help with becoming a precinct chair. Now, there's two kind of ways to become a precinct chair in the state of Texas, and that is through a vacancy committee. Here in Harris County, there is a vacancy committee that you can go in front of, and during a 2-year span, because you serve in 2 years, so during the 2-year span, you can potentially go to the vacancy committee to be appointed to your empty position. If it's empty. So if not, and you want to go around that, you can run for the position. And right before primary between September and December, you can sign up through the party or through the state of secretary in Texas to run for a precinct chair in your precinct. So that's kind of two ways of doing it. Now, right now, obviously, in the state, anywhere in the country, you have an established Republican Party who doesn't want to lose power, and grassroots and activists and patriots and America First people who are trying to, take some leadership roles without anyone being compromised or corrupted. So there is a battle between these positions. So I have pretty much told people, if you don't want to go through the vacancy committee, because it can technically be rigged. If they don't like you, they're not going to place you. I have had several people in the state of Texas tell me that they've gone and asked their county chair to become a precinct chair, and they were denied in an empty precinct. So don't get discouraged. There is another way around it, and that is to sign up to the Secretary of State or through the party, and making sure. Now, I tell people to take excessive steps, record that you've turned in your application, take pictures of your application, always document everything to make sure that your application, your name will appear on that ballot for primary voting here in Texas. And so the duties of a precinct chair obviously are very simple. It's your responsibility is to register voters and get out the vote in your precinct. Obviously, educate your precinct voters, engage with voters, and also the other responsibility is going to, I think and it depends and it varies on different, whether it's rural, whether it's a city. So you have to kind of know there's a county executive board or committee. It's called the CEC. And so you will have to go to meetings with them. Now, sometimes they have monthly meetings, but here in Harris County, we have them every quarter, or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, every quarter. So it's every 3 months. So that's where you go and vote on resolutions. You can put in resolutions. This is a very, very powerful position to have, to go to the CEC. So when you want to censor people or you want to enter a resolution, you can work with precinct chairs across the state of Texas to make sure that your resolution somehow gets into the party structure, whether it's through your own county or collaborating with other people across the state of Texas. So very, very powerful position into getting things done. There are approximately 8,000 to 9,500 voting precincts in the state of Texas. So give and take, it depends on whether, the precincts normally are not filled. Okay. So that is why the precinct strategy was very important, to educate people about becoming a precinct chair. And if the Democrats and the Republicans, if they had all their precincts filled in the 8,000 to 9,500 voting precincts in Texas, you would end up with 18,000 to 19,000, give and take, precinct chairs in the state of Texas on both parties. So at the current time, we estimate that there is roughly somewhere between 6,000 to 7,500 filled Republican precinct chairs in the state of Texas. Now, that is not a fully accurate number. So as you know, if there is a total of up to 9,500 possible, and we only have 7,500 filled, give and take, then we are short 2,000 precinct chairs. So in Harris County alone, we have 600 voting precincts, and roughly only 350 to 425 of those precincts filled. So you can see that probably half of the precincts are not filled. Now, on the Democrat side, they give and take have about 400 to 475. So they have a little ledge on their precincts and how they have filled their precincts here in Harris County, Texas. So we are trying to figure out here how I guess successful we have been with the precinct chair strategy. And in 2022, in the congressional primary, roughly only 14.6% of registered voters turned out in Harris County. So 381,000 ballots were cast in the primary here congressionally. So statewide, we only had 18% of the registered voters. So if you really think about it, some people think that's a great number. It is actually not a great number. In Harris County alone, we have 2.57 million registered voters and only 381,000 actually casting ballot or votes. So we are very much underperforming. The position of a precinct chair is extremely important because this is how we get out the vote, and we can actually flip seats, change seats, vote people out that need to be voted out if the precinct chair actually does their job and their duty. So other than that, the number of elected appointed precinct chairs in Harris County, pretty much fluctuates. And so depending on, the appointments or not. So if somebody leaves, the vacancy committee may try to work hard to fill that position, or maybe they get another one filled. And so it kind of goes back and forth. And we always, for some reason in Harris County, as long as when I was a precinct chair to now, somehow this number magically, we never, ever, ever reach capacity, and we are always half full. So what does that tell you? Lots of things. Either the party is failing itself in educating precinct chairs, keeping them engaged, or pretty much recruiting precinct chairs. We are not doing a very good obviously we're not doing very well in holding our precinct chairs. So even when we get precinct chairs, some precinct chairs try to go in there to cause change, and the structure of the party is they don't want to lose power. So one of the most important things that we have been telling precinct chairs is you've got to learn Robert's rules, because when you go in there and you try to effectively make change, they will use Robert's rules against you. And if you don't know Robert's rules, then you're not going to get very far, and you get discouraged, very discouraged. Some of our brand new precinct chairs have gotten discouraged and walked away because they find out that they feel that they're in a very losing battle. Now, instead of just walking away, I strongly suggest that people who want to get involved here in Harris County is that you somehow form an outside committee of the party, recruit as many precinct chairs, as possible in all of the open precincts, and then find people to challenge the ones currently in office, and then have them register to run. And that is, if it's a lot of work, but if someone wants to do that, they can certainly take that task on, and it is achievable. It is going to require a lot of work. And my best advice is to work outside the party system, because the party system here in Harris County has been failing for many, many years. And they're not very, they just don't want to give up the power. And they're very, very much funded, very heavily funded by people who don't want an America First or Texas First, agenda to come about in the state of Texas. And so we are in a fight of our lifetime, but we do have a president in Washington, D.C. right now that obviously says, fight, fight, fight. And that's what you should continue to do. Be encouraged, be strong, come forward. And if you need to reach out to me, I am at Bianca for Texas. You can find me on any social media platform, as well as biancafortexas.com. I am more than happy to educate and help you out in any which way that I can. Again, I hope that this video has been informative. We are in a fight of our life here in the state of Texas. We have elected officials who refuse to carry out the oath of a Republican Party platform and follow our principles. And so we are in a fight of a lifetime. I encourage anyone in the state of Texas listening to me today to get involved. And if you are having issues and problems in your county, in your own, there's 254 counties in the state of Texas. If you're having issues, please reach out to me. There are ways to get around the issues. So on that note, I thank you so much for your time and your treasure, and keep fight, as President Donald J. Trump says. Keep fighting, patriots. Keep moving forward, keep marching, and never, ever surrender.
Hello, my name is Tina Horlocker, and I am from the state of Utah. I live in Davis County. I've been involved with our precinct strategy, if that's what you want to call it, for well over 2 decades. I started out at the precinct level. I've worked up to the state level. I've held every position, and I'm very, very familiar with quickly. The most important date to remember if you want to get involved and become a delegate or a precinct chair is in March. I cannot give you the exact date for sure. I'm currently on the state central committee. That's where we make that decision, but we have not set the date in stone, but it is in March when we will have our caucus meetings, where precincts, which are basically neighborhoods, you will go to your caucus meeting and you will get nominated. If you'd like to be nominated, you can nominate yourself, have someone else nominate you to become a delegate. Upon getting elected, there's 2 kinds of delegates you can be. You can be a county delegate or you can be a state delegate. County delegates go to county conventions, state delegates go to state conventions. At conventions, we elect nominees for our ballot. If they don't get over 51%, or if it's within a 40 to 60 range, it's above 60, they go directly to the general. If it's below that, then there is a primary. So this is a very powerful system to get good people elected. However, in Utah, we have had something that's come about thanks to our legislature, that they made a law called SB 54. SB 54 is a law that allows people who want to run for election to bypass the caucus and convention system. So this is where delegates can vet the candidates up close and personal. They're accessible to those candidates. They can ask questions, easier to hold them accountable. And some people who are in office don't appreciate this. They don't like to be asked questions. So our law, SB 54, makes it so those candidates can go out and gather signatures. Now, we have tried to fight this in the courts. We did not lose in the court, but they said at that time we didn't have standing because we didn't have an injured party. We do now. But I'll tell you that the judge in the 10th Circuit District Court said, "You mean that Bernie Sanders can go gather signatures and get on the Republican ballot?" And the answer was yes. So this is a huge problem for Utah, and we have spent a lot of time trying to find a solution. And of course, our legislators have no interest in trying to get rid of this law because it's basically an incumbent protection plan. So as a member of the State Central Committee, which is the governing body of the Republican Party in Utah, I'm also on our local executive committee as a Senate vice chair, and I'm on precinct chair, which means on the county central committee of the county party. All of these positions are actually really important because you can make policy that helps us to make sure we're adhering to our principles or our platform, and helping us to make sure we're getting the right people elected. So back to the State Central Committee. We finally have decided that after an extremely corrupt election last year where the governor said he got his signatures, it has since been proven that he did not get the signatures to get on the ballot, yet he's still our governor. And I could go a lot into that. Every state is fighting this corruption, and we currently are fighting that corruption. Our lieutenant governor has said that voter records are not public information. That's actually has a lawsuit right now. That means county clerks are withholding all kinds of election data that allow us to verify anything. So going back to, we have a really powerful plan that can really help us correct a lot of this. And basically what that is we are going to make a bylaw that says, if you gather signatures, you don't get the R by your name. That just solves the problem. They will not be able to have the Republican insignia next to their name, and so can gather signatures and get on the ballot, but nobody will know what party they belong to. And so this is how we are going to ensure that our nominees are going either to the primary if we don't have the 40-60 split, or straight to the general, which is what our gubernatorial nominee should have happened last year. Our nominee, who got 67%, and a senator, Trent Staggs, who got 73% against the current sitting senator, John Curtis, went to a primary against John Curtis. So at convention, John Curtis got like 30 or even in the 20%. And because he gathered signatures and he had big money behind his name, he was a former rep, a congressman, he went to the general election and was elected. So if we had this bylaw in place, then he would have not been able to, if he gathered signatures, he would have not been able to go to the primary ballot because he would have not had the R by his name and been on our ballot. The other thing we are going to do is we are going to run our primaries at as close as we can at the convention. Now, law states that the primary election has to be made available to the general public. However, if we narrow the margin, remember the 40-60, if we narrow that like maybe 45-55, then we can almost have a primary at our conventions. And so that is another thing that we're going to do, is we're going to narrow that margin so that we can make sure our nominees get to the general ballot. And doing this, we will be able to turn over a lot of elections really, really fast. We're also doing a lot of other things to end mail-in ballots and stop the signatures, which are huge amounts of fraud. And so again, this is Tina Horlocker. I'm from Utah, and we're fighting the fight very hard here. So thanks for listening.
Okay. Hi, my name is Maureen Heck. I'm from Hyde Park, Vermont, and I ran for state senate in 2024 as a constitutional independent candidate against an incumbent that's been installed for over 25 years. I was asked by the GOP to run against him, and as he is voted in by the Democrats don't run anybody against him. So the Republican, he's not a conservative, so I was asked to run against him. So in a 90-day campaign as an independent, I got 30% of the vote. So we shall see next time around. So I was asked to give this presentation about Vermont, which is a very blue state. It's been extremely difficult up here to get people to turn out because of how radical the left is in their cancel culture, and actually even paramilitary activism and protesting, counter-protesting. So what I wanted to say here in Vermont, we don't have precinct strategy. We have state, county, and town committees. Currently, Vermont has 1 state committee, 14 county committees, and we're due to the town reorg this month, it's to be determined how many will be organized. But in 2023, there were 118 unorganized towns. So in total, Vermont has 247 towns. So about half of our towns are not organized. So that's one of the challenges that we face. Also, we don't have PCs, precinct strategy slots, in our town and county committees. Vermont does have 2 other committees, being the Young Republicans and the Vermont Federation of Republican Women. Those organizations are active. They meet monthly, and I am running for chairwoman of the Vermont Federation of Republican Women, which is a national organization as well. In 2022, the Republican U.S. congressional primary in Vermont was the Republican Molly Gray versus Becca Balint, the progressive, which Becca did win. And so the percentage of registered voters was the turnout was about 26.5%, which was 134,000 votes. It was an open primary, and only 52.2% of Vermonters voted in the general election. And the breakdown was 102,000 Democrats, about 31,000 Republicans, which is not a good turnout, and 600 progressives. So that is another challenge that we have in GOP. Since we don't have a precinct strategy, we do currently have the Americans for Prosperity coming up here to Vermont and helping us with outreach and fundraising events. And Ross Conley is Vermont's contact there. And also we have Turning Point USA currently opening new chapters in Barry High School, and the recruiting operations are underway in Vermont, and our contact there is based out in Upper New York State. So that's very exciting. I met the young gentleman that's the chair of Barry High School, and the high school in Barry rather, and he is now going to be joining our GOP events. So this is very exciting. He's going to get a lot of guidance. So what needs improvement in the challenges here in Vermont? Well, we're looking at the challenge of organizing the 108 towns in the state of Vermont, identifying, who would be interested. And since our town organization is happening now, it happens every 2 years, we have that window now to identify and get people interested for the next reorganization. Also, since those folks are not organized, we don't have any justice of the peace appointed to scrub voter rolls and to oversee elections. So that's also definitely necessary. Vermont still has the Dominion voting machines, and our Secretary of State is not complying with the data that the federal government, the Trump administration, is asking for. So our executive branch, the Secretary, the Attorney General, and the Treasurer are all progressives, and they absolutely will not comply with anything the Trump administration is asking or executing through executive orders. So it's been very difficult. Also, voter outreach and education on current legislation, finding and promoting candidates to run is another item that we're working on. The GOP struggles with fundraising events here. They were typically just holding one fundraiser event in the summer, which is just ridiculous. And so the state GOP chair, that reorg is happening in November. So we shall see if we get new leadership voted in or not. But our current chair, Paul Dane, is working with the other New England states, their GOPs, to form a PAC for federal candidates' campaigns. We don't have any kind of funding to offer out of the GOP for federal campaigns, which is very needed because the left is absolutely well funded by Soros money and all kinds of big tech money, etc. So that is one of our challenges, and we have to start cracking and working on that. So any guidance that Steve Stern's America can offer us here in Vermont would be greatly appreciated. So thank you so much for your time, and signing off from Hyde Park, Vermont. Thanks.
My name is Ken Nunnenkamp. I'm the Executive Director of the Republican Party of Virginia. As many of you know, we have an historic governor's election this year taking place in November. We are prepared to elect Winsome Sears, John Reed, Jason Miyares, and our entire Republican ticket up and down the ballot. Early voting has already begun. Absentee ballots are already being sent in. And we have just over 40 days until the election. This is going to be a critical one. There are a lot of key issues on the ballot this year, and the Democrats' radical agenda is poised to do harm to the Commonwealth. So that said, we need your help. If you live in Virginia, there's a few ways you can get involved. Step one, join your local committee. On our website, www.virginia.gop, you will find a link that has contact information for your local unit. Get involved today. Go to a meeting, sign up to knock doors, join the GOP. Number two, you can reach out directly to us at our Virginia Victory program, also found at www.virginia.gop, where you can sign up to volunteer, knock doors, make phone calls, help host an event, put out a yard sign. Anything you can do helps. And number three, you can contact one of the campaigns directly. My recommendation would be to go on their website, whichever campaign you'd like to volunteer directly for, and sign up today. We've got tens of thousands of people across the Commonwealth out helping us get elected this November, and we need your help too. Now, if you don't live in Virginia, there are still a number of ways you can get involved. For starters, we're running a massive national phone bank effort that is allowing folks from other states to contact Virginians who may not be planning on voting this year and urge them to get involved. So sign up today. Send me an email. My email is ken@virginia.gop, and we'll get you plugged in right away. We need volunteers like you to help us out from out of state, to remind Virginians why it's going to be important to vote this year and what's on the ballot. Additionally, if you're interested, we have several deployments coming to the state of folks who are looking to knock doors and communicate the same message on the ground. Send me an email as well, and we can get you plugged in with one of those. Again, my email is ken@virginia.gop. Look, folks, last year was a monumental win for all of us. And the most important thing we can do for the next 40 days is try to replicate our success by electing Winsome Sears, John Reed, and Jason Miyares, as well as our entire Republican ticket. But we can't do it without your help. Please sign up today to help us out.
Hello, I'm Robin Balcom. I'm calling in today from Washington State. I actually live in King County, which is where Seattle is the centerpiece of King County. I am deeply involved in the King County Republican Party, and which is also a part of the greater Washington State GOP. It's an honor and privilege to come to you today from Washington State. I would say, you know, we are on the left coast, which is kind of the wrong side of the tracks as far as how I would like to see things politically. But I bring you good news. We have implemented the precinct strategy in King County, and we did that initially at our reorganization meeting back in December. And what we did is we whipped votes. We took on a military strategy using our precincts and using our precinct committee officers, which is what a PCO is. And we whipped the votes for a slate of we the people. And we, in a nutshell, we ousted the establishment leadership. Some people would call them rhinos. I prefer not to call names, but it was out with the old and in with the new. And so our new King County Republican Party, which is called KCGOP, is led by America First leadership. And what we are doing in King County is we are empowering the grassroots to take their party back and to influence not only the leadership of the party, but to influence and to let the representatives, the elected representatives in our particular county, know that you work for us and we're going to hold you accountable. And if you want us to help you win, you need to answer for us and you need to represent us well. It's all been fun, not without some bumps and bobbles along the way, but everything feels fresh. And I tell you what, with Trump in office now, it has been, he's taking on our sanctuary state and our sanctuary city of Seattle. We've had some crossover Democrats that have awakened to the policies of America First, and they are now working with us to see if we can save Seattle and save Washington State. Currently there are 8,133 precincts open, or 8,000 precinct. I'm sorry, I'm not saying this well. I'm gonna pause and go back. Currently, there are 8,133 precincts in Washington State that are available to have America First PCOs in them. We have about a third of those filled with PCOs. And of that number, I am not positive across the state how many are American First. I can say that in our county of King County, we have about a third of or closer to a half, somewhere in there, of our PCO positions filled. And most of those right now are filled. If they're active PCOs, they're pretty much filled by America First, which is encouraging. I mean, as I'm on this call today, you know, I say, like, you know, you hear in the news a lot about Washington State and particularly about Seattle. And I'm delighted to report that there is an undercurrent of grassroots who have arisen, and we are working hard for Trump's policies. We are working hard for getting America First candidates elected. And my email is in the bottom. If you would like to connect with me, especially if you're in Washington State, I'd love to have find out people from beyond King County who want to get involved in seeing the precinct strategy implemented and us taking on what was old and bringing in a new America First, including taking over Washington State as well. Thank you again for allowing me to be a part of this wonderful show.
Hi, I'm Ed Fisher, and Steve Stern asked me to give an overview of what's happening in precinct strategy in West Virginia, so I'm happy to do that. but I'm not certainly not an expert in precinct strategy. My main focus is on election integrity, and I have a group, Citizens for West Virginia Election Integrity, and we're one of the grassroots groups in West Virginia. So let me just introduce what's going on here in West Virginia. Of course, precinct strategy is a grassroots political movement, and there are many grassroots political movements in West Virginia. Right to Life, very strong Second Amendment group, MOVCAC, based state of West Virginia, and Citizens for West Virginia Election, leaving many out, but those are some of the main. So with regards to precinct strategy, where we try to get people in executive committees throughout the state, West Virginia does not really have a formal precinct committee situation in statute, right? But it does have in statute a number of districts. So those districts are the county, and in the county, rather than precincts, there are magisterial districts. And then we also have congressional districts, senatorial districts, delegate districts, and state as a whole. So there are active efforts to get people on those executive committees, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So as I indicated, so with regards to precinct strategy, one of the things that precinct strategy wants to do is to get a lot of voter turnout and people actively working in executive committee positions. So these grassroots groups that I've mentioned are very active in terms of getting voter turnout. I did some research with regards to vacancies in West Virginia. So for the GOP, the committee members by district, in the county districts, which are the closest, of course, to the grassroots, there are 974 magisterial positions, and of those, about a fifth are actually vacant. And then congressional districts, we've got about half out of the 104 that are vacant. Senatorial districts, not quite half, 55 out of 128. Delegate districts, 90 out of 156. And then the state has no vacancies in terms of the entire state. So overall, total executive committee members in West Virginia are 1,430, and about a third of those, 425, are vacant. So what's happening to boost the grassroots engagement in these members? So I reached out to the state GOP. They're very actively working to fill the vacant committee positions. And we just had a new GOP state chair and executive directory in the past month. And so I have a statement from them, and I'll show that in a second. Then I just wanted to highlight a couple of the grassroots groups that are working on grassroots involvement and voter turnout. MOVCAC is one. They're across the state. They have many chapters that are driving grassroots efforts for a number of citizen priorities, including voter turnout. And then the group that I'm involved with, Citizens for West Virginia Election Integrity, we're also a statewide group of volunteers, volunteer citizens, and we're doing our best to increase voter turnout by improving trust through legislation changes in the elections and making them more transparent. So we're very active in cleaning up voter registration, fighting for transparent tabulation of results and decentralization, and basically the ability to perform comprehensive auditing of election results. This is a statement from the GOP. I'm not going to read it, but you can see that they're very active in trying to fill all of those executive committee positions across the state. And then I also reached out to the Constitutional Party and the Libertarian Party. The Constitutional Party, very interested in getting constitutional and America First type people in those executive committee positions. Not as big a representation, obviously, as the GOP, but they're actively doing that as well. And this is their statement. I did reach out to the Libertarian Party. I have not received anything from them yet. But that's where we stand in West Virginia on precinct strategy from the research that I've been able to do and contacts that I've made. So thank you for your attention, and I hope this is helpful to everyone.
Hi, I'm Joel Brazil. I am, I guess, the default contact for Wisconsin. There are a lot of us in Wisconsin that are doing precinct strategy. However, as it turns out, the situation in Wisconsin's complicated, and I'll just tell you a little bit about it. So in Wisconsin, the Republican Party has more or less not been following precinct strategy or for a good while. We have 7,259 wards, and in those wards, very, very few have what we would call over here ward captains. And then we have a total number of seats of, let's see, 2,000, I'm approximating this, 2,557. Those would be the literal precinct committeemen seats, and very few of those are actually have anyone in them. So in terms of the entire state, we're basically totally vacant. So if you'd like to get involved in this, you're certainly welcome to contact me, and we can get into the details. In terms of the counties that do have something going, there are Brown County. They have started ward captains. They have about 20 people who volunteered. Milwaukee County, they have started at the municipal level, and then there's 19 different municipal chairs that they have, and they're going to be having ward captains underneath those. They've just started doing those, recruiting those. In Jackson County, they have committeemen, and they're starting to fill those seats. I don't have a count of how many seats are filled at this point, but underneath those will be ward captains. I'm in St. Croix County, and we have started recruiting for ward captains, and I'll just say I'm one of them. And so we're just getting started as well. In terms of the state, in total, there are 72 counties, and yeah, there's very little that's actually literally going on. I would like to see that change, and you're certainly welcome to contact me to get involved. I'll speak in terms of my county. We have 45 committeeman slots, and we had 4 of those filled 2 years ago. This year, we're instead of trying to do committeemen, which would then have ward captains underneath, we're doing ward captains first. And we've recruited a bunch of people, and we really are just getting started. So after those ward captains get running, which would be the equivalent of precinct chairs in most states, then we'll have committeemen above them, which in some states they're called like executive committeemen, and we'll get those people above them. So in St. Croix County, we have 131 wards. So you can imagine that if we had a meeting of 131 ward captains, that would be a little bit crowded. So that's why we would have the committeemen above them, and again, that's going to be 45. Contact your county party chair, and you could ask them if you could be a committeeman or a ward captain, but to be quite frank, they might not even know what you're talking about. So there's a lot of a need for education at this point. So each county should be taken on a case-by-case basis. So if you contact me, the email address and phone number are right there. I can basically walk you through it.
Hello, everybody from the great state of Wyoming. My name is Nina Weber, and I am a precinct committee person for 16-1 in Park County, Wyoming. I am the national committee woman for the state of Wyoming, and I am elected House of Representatives, House District 24 in Park County, Wyoming. It's good to have everybody here. A couple of things about Wyoming. In order to be a precinct committee man or woman, you have to be registered as a Republican. You have to live in your precinct or district, and you register every 2 years for election. In Wyoming, we have 23 counties. Out of our 23 counties and county parties, we have about 80% of our people are precinct committee. We have a couple of areas we can improve on. I know in my area specifically, there's a small rural area about 10 minutes, well, probably about an hour and 10 minutes away. It's kind of hard to get somebody to be in that, to get those seats filled and have them drive this far for a county meeting. So when we talk about precinct strategy in the state of Wyoming, a couple of things. We want people to adhere to the Wyoming GOP platform. Our 23 planks are what define us and guide us as Republicans. With the midterms coming up, we definitely want platform candidates to win. The other thing that we try to focus on in Wyoming, or would like to focus on better, some of the counties are doing like precinct meetings or precinct caucuses. And that is when you're a precinct committee man or woman, you don't have to wait for state convention before you host a county or community or neighborhood meeting to talk about resolutions or what rules would be coming up, or even what candidates that you like in your area. You can do that right now. I mean, I think one of the biggest ways to get people involved is to, in your neighborhood as a precinct person, is to say, hey, we have these resolutions coming up. Let's talk about them. Let's see what your ideas are. Do you like how they're written? Do you want things changed? I like that idea. Brings everybody together and you get to know your neighbors. So our constitutional republic encourages the contribution of every American by getting involved in the county Republican Party. And our parties are often the way of most people taking the first step to get involved with the county, with Republican values, and with elections. It could also lead to other things. Once you become a precinct person, you might be encouraged to run for a school board or hospital board or town council. County meetings are the best way to hear what's going on. At our Wyoming GOP State Central Committee meetings, we have a public comment session. What this means is that anybody can come up and talk about anything they want. I kind of like that. And of course, all of our meetings are published and advertised and everyone is welcome. So the biggest part in Wyoming that I think we do very well is what I would call our ground game. Our ground game is the key to winning elections. It's a great way to meet people, to meet your neighbors, and it's a fun way to spend the day. Like if you're going door knocking or you're handing out candidate flyers. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. Or issue flyers or issue surveys. It's a good way to know your neighbors, know your voters, meet new friends, and especially know what's going on in your area. I know for me, door knocking and meeting new people was very valuable in our county elections and our state elections. It's amazing what people think. I like the Republican Party platform. I think most people would agree with that. And guess what? They do. In the state of Wyoming, we're pretty fortunate here because we have a lot of good constitutional patriots out here, and people want good people elected. And it's pretty great if they're your neighbors and you have a chance to meet them. One of the things that I think is unique about Wyoming when it comes to precinct committee men or women, even our commissioners or state electeds or even the governor, is that you might run into all of these people at the grocery store or the gas station or your local coffee shop. When it comes to the precinct strategy and how we want to win for Republican values, that's up to us to get out there and do the work. We have to be the ones to say, I'm going to be on this committee. I'm going to be the one to get my friends and neighbors involved. We know that in most of the county parties, there's a good group of people that have great ideas. They have the time to come up with certain things, but they might not be able to get out there and walk in any of the weather conditions that we have or the temperature conditions that we have in Wyoming. But I can. So that's what we do here. Looking forward to having 100% of our precinct committee seats filled. And I know that with our newly elected chairman and our national committee man, I know that we have a good chance of succeeding with that. And I know that Wyoming has has been looked at as, hey, what are you doing now? What are you going to be doing next? And we want to continue to be that leader state and encourage people to register as Republican, to vote Republican, and know why that they're doing it. If you're interested in being involved in the Wyoming Republican Party, please call our executive director, Kathy Russell. Her phone number is 307-234-9166, or you can email me. My email is committeewoman@wyoming.gop. I look forward to hearing from you, and I hope everybody has a successful precinct strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We ran a little bit late today, but I want to thank my assistant, Melissa, who actually recorded every person over the last 2 months. Anthony, my tech guy who fell off a ladder and had to leave early today. He's been working and he has a tremendously bad back. Raj, who put this on the front page. If you go to Stern American Rumble, very simple. You can take that clip after we're finished, send it to everybody, and we'll get millions of people, plus the millions of people that watch it on it. Want to thank Cloud Hub, OBBM Network, Dan Sperliglio, the 50 to 100 podcasters who are streaming this today, and the 50 that will be podcasting it during the week because they were on live today. Our next election security call, October the 8th. We want to thank Dan Schultz for coming on, doing a fantastic job. The founder of Precinct Strategy, helped get President Trump to endorse it. Unfortunately, we tried to get President Trump on here. Believe it or not, we got blocked. My friends in the White House tried to put it through, but it didn't happen. So hopefully the next time we'll have it, he'll be able to come on. Raj, are you there?
Yes, and again,
Raj, you wanna,
thank you.
Yeah, you want to?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we want to thank, in addition to the people that Steve thanked, I want to thank you guys for being here. I want to thank Don Schultz for not giving up on Precinct Strategy. If you want to get in touch with us, please contact Steve Stern at 954-318-6902, 954-318-6902, or email him at sstern1054@gmail.com, sstern1054@gmail.com. Want to thank all the folks from Defend Florida also. Just reminding you, no call tonight at 7. We will be back on next week, Tuesday at 7 p.m. Keep the fight and share ideas you got from this call with people in your life. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Take care.